This is Audible.
Tantor Audio presents A Mate's Bite by Millie Taiden. Narrated by Erica Rapson. Chapter 1. Carla Alves listened to her friends' hushed arguing, back and forth, over using the word over. She wanted to step in and tell them all to forget about the stupid word and remember the scenting ritual. After all, that was the whole reason they were using the stinking radio devices in the first place. The entire conversation was ridiculous, and she wished there was a mute button she could press. She peered into the woods and tugged on the earpiece. "We are wearing frigging black spandex for you. I draw the line at painting lines on my face and hauling army gear. I am not going to end each thing I say with over," Jordan threw in. "Thank you, Jordan." If Carla hadn't agreed to help video the ceremony so Jordan could write a book for their friend Ellie, the only wolf shifter in the group, she'd never have thought to show up and peep into the ancient ritual. Carla glanced down at the ceremony area. The Sexy Four, Ellie's fine and fabulous brothers whom they all secretly loved to crush over, had just spoken to their parents before they separated and moved into the woods. Nerves and something like excitement sizzled in Carla's blood. Great. She must be nuts if she thought being out there with the very real possibility of getting caught was exciting. Emma barked out another radio command. That did it. She yanked the earpiece out. She was getting a migraine listening to all the orders from her friend. She loved Emma. Really, she did. But she couldn't handle any of her drill sergeant commands tonight. Carla pushed another curl behind her ear while she ground her teeth. Her clothes were uncomfortable, and she kept stomping her feet in restlessness as if she was waiting for something big to happen. The last time she'd felt this way, her brother Kelvin said she'd get into trouble. Sure enough, later that night, she'd had a fender bender with a cop. Kelvin told her to stop ignoring her instincts and listen to what they said. Right now, they told her to get the heck out of there because she was in over her head. But did she listen? Oh, hell no. The excitement of seeing wolves in a mating ritual was just too enticing. Who in their right mind could turn the offer down? Obviously, this wasn't something humans should be privy to, so her group of friends were to hide and stay quiet the entire night. Carla had been tempted to point out all that was wrong with their plan, but she'd held back. One, she hadn't appreciated the black clothing request. She was hot. The damn yoga pants were from last year. They were a size too small and cut off her tummy, giving her a muffin top. She tugged at the front of the black tank and blew air into her boobs. It was hot. Two, they hadn't eaten first. Now she was sweaty and hungry. Three, she had a perfectly good home that she could be in, far away from trees, dirt, and creepy noises in the dark. Oh, how she'd love to be wearing her stars and moons pajama pants in her too-cold house. Crouched down, she glanced at the ceremony area. Her thoughts turned back to the Sexy Four, and particularly Nate, the man no one else had ever measured up to. Nate, with his muscular body and tribal tattoos over his arms and chest. He had enough that she could spend a full day drawing each line of them with her fingers. Nate, with his pierced ears and all the making of a bad, bad boy she should really stay away from. But she couldn't. She remembered the first time she'd met him at Ellie's house, the way he'd smiled. She was never the same again. Christ, that was almost 7 years back. He'd come to her rescue multiple times. She'd blown a tire once, and he'd shown up out of nowhere to fix it before she had a chance to call a tow truck. And she would never forget the time they'd gone to the masquerade ball Ellie had for one of her birthdays. That had been the very first night Carla had worn a girly dress and done her best to look pretty. Or as pretty as she could get away with. The gold medieval gown she'd borrowed from her drama class had allowed her to look the part of a beautiful princess. Nate had worn a pirate outfit, the one with his chest all bare. At the time, His hair had been longer, shaggy and tempting her to run her fingers through. The tight pants and almost wild features had played havoc with her thinking ability. When she'd seen him, all she could think of was touching his half-naked chest, running her nails down the washboard abs, and biting a nipple that continued to peek from the white shirt. One look. That's all it took for some kind of magic to happen. Her heart beat fast and her palms moistened with perspiration. She'd rushed away to grab a much-needed breath of fresh air. He'd followed her outside and kissed her. A single kiss under the moonlight, and she'd become infatuated with him for the rest of her college years. The memory of his firm, warm lips over hers rushed blood to her head. Her lips tingled with the reminder of how much he'd turned her on. Her infatuation with him wasn't healthy, and it bordered on pathetic. Tired of feeling like a failure in the relationship department, tired of waiting on a man who might never be, she needed to start dating. She wanted a family of her own. She wanted a man who would be there long term. She wanted more. Of course, none of her other friends ever mentioned her lack of social life, but that was because they didn't have much of one either. Emma didn't think they noticed how obsessed she was with Mason, and Nick tried to hide her attraction to Jake to no avail. Besides, Carla had never dated much anyway, and unlike what her sister believed, it wasn't because she was curvy. Not at all. She loved her smaller waist and bigger hips. Heck, most men loved her big boobs and ass. Latinas were proud of their bodies, and she was no exception. But she didn't have much of a social life because her mind was always running rampant with thoughts of Ellie's older brother. No matter what she tried, her brain didn't listen and focused on Nate and all his sexy tattooed glory for most of her daydreams. A warm breeze ruffled the trees, and she glanced at her camera. The stupid tripod didn't want to stay in place. She grumbled under her breath. Squatting down, she jiggled the tiny metal legs into the earth, hoping to steady it. A couple of rocks would help. She grabbed a few of the biggest ones and circled the tripod legs with them to keep it stable. Long strands of frizzy hair kept falling forward out of her ponytail, tickling the side of her face. She tugged the annoying hair behind her ear and continued to mess with the tripod. Stupid friggin' piece of... A low growl sounded close. Too close. She whipped up to her feet, still holding one of the rocks in her hands, and turned in a flash. Unfortunately, she was also one of the clumsiest people and tripped on her own feet. She lost her balance, and she fell on her ass. Carajo! A howl sounded from the ceremony site, and she scrambled to her knees to watch one of the wolves. She'd guess it was Marco because he was bigger, sniffing Kelly's behind. Just like a man to go straight for the goods, she snorted. But she didn't get a chance to keep watching. Something bumped her backside, pushing her forward. She tangled on the tripod and fell on her face. Oh, for crying out loud. Clearly, she sucked at being inconspicuous. Strands of her hair fell forward, covering her vision. She lifted on all fours and flipped to sit on her ass. There he was, the one shifter that drove her absolutely crazy in every way possible. Spot? What are you doing here? And why did you bury your nose in my ass, you pervert? Not that it turned her on that he put his nose in her ass. It was weird. He growled. The low, deep sound twisted her belly into all kinds of knots. Oh, boy. She was in trouble. Staring at his cute, furry face, she was very tempted to lift a hand and pet him. Nathan, big, bad, sexy, pierced hunk of male candy, stood not more than 5 feet in front of her in his wolf form. The form that looked like a cute Dalmatian wolf with a white spot over his muzzle, hence the name she'd given him, Spot. His eyes glittered in that golden shade from his animal. A shiver raced down her spine. I know how this must look, but it's not what you think. She felt like a moron talking to him when he was a giant wolf. He took a step toward her. She squiggled an inch further away. With a quick swipe, she moistened her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. We were invited to be here, I swear. Where the hell was the conviction she always spoke with in front of him? Oh, gone into the depths of hell, it seemed. He took another step closer, between her open legs. Spot? Nathan. Nate, she murmured, hoping he'd forget she was there and not tell the others he'd found her. I'll go now. I'm here for research purposes only. Her mind ran 1,000,000 miles per hour. What should she do? Another step. His muzzle got too close to her crotch for comfort. What was he doing? Hey! She instinctively slapped his nose and scooted back. What the hell do you think you're doing? Her temper rose and deflated as she watched him shift in front of her. Wow. She'd never actually seen him do this up close before. Okay, she'd never seen him go from wolf to man, only man to wolf, and that had been one time. This was new, different, and very interesting. There was no looking away. Bones popped, fur receded, and oh dear God, what was left behind should be on a calendar of lickable hot bodies. Hell, she wouldn't mind having a photo of him on the ceiling of her bedroom like a teen heartthrob. That body was one she wouldn't mind panting over for hours. Muscles replaced fur. Bulging arms and legs replaced paws. And yes, there it was, a straining erection between his legs. His big body loomed over her. She swallowed hard. You're naked. She'd never seen him naked. Ever. She definitely imagined him naked, but this was better than her imagination. A quick flare of curiosity burst free. Stop it! She would end up in even bigger trouble if she did what she wanted and ran her nails down his body. What a body! His nostrils flared. I know. No, I mean, you're really, really naked, she repeated in stupefied fascination. He had the kind of body she could stare at for hours and not get bored. The kind of body she could pet and kiss and lick and suck and, yeah, that kind of body. Carla. Good God, she was in trouble. Deep trouble. The kind of trouble her brother said followed her around. Her throat went sandpaper dry watching his cock gleam with his own need. And the way he said her name, rough and low and possessive, it deleted all thoughts of everything but him. Him and his big, sexy body and the fact she'd wanted him for too damn long. Their eyes met, and heat spread down to her pussy. He crawled between her legs, coming closer and closer. So slowly she held her breath and dared not move. He continued moving forward, pushing her to lean back on her elbows, until he was on all fours above her. What are you doing? She asked in a voice sexy, husky. She had a hard time believing it was her own. She breathed hard, as if she'd been running for dear life instead of sitting still watching him crawl all over her. He rubbed his nose on her tummy and growled. It's for research purposes only. What the hell kind of research was he doing that he needed to be sniffing her? She tried, but couldn't stop the wetness that pooled in her panties. Baby, he groaned. A quick flick of his wet tongue, and he licked her belly in a circle. You smell delicious. She did. She was sweaty and hadn't showered since they left hours ago. Are you drunk? I thought your kind couldn't get drunk. He chuckled into her tank top, his hot breath slipping between the threads of the fabric to caress her overheated skin. Her nipples scrunched up into tight little points. "Not drunk," he growled, rubbing his nose up her collarbone. "Want you." Well, it was about damn time. She grinned, watching the lines of his face tighten with arousal. Truth was, she wanted him badly. Enough she couldn't think straight. It was good to know he was feeling some of the same desperation. Instant sparks of heat melted in her blood and turned the butterflies in her stomach loose. "Nate." She met his gaze and licked her lips. His eyes flashed, and she saw the wild side of him deep in his gaze, waiting to pounce. "Kiss me already." "Baby." He nuzzled her lips with his, making her almost crazy with the need to deepen the contact. "I'm going to kiss every inch of you until there's no doubt who you belong to." Her heartbeat thundered hard in her chest, the sound hard and booming. She could hardly hear him above the errant beats. Passion heated her blood to boiling. "Promises," she said breathlessly, glancing from his eyes down to those smirking lips of his, unwilling to be the one who gave in first. Then he pounced. Lips met in a hot demand of need. He attacked her mouth like she was the only woman he'd ever want to kiss, like he owned her. They fell back into the grass, bodies plastered together. Arousal curled into a thick ball in her stomach. She dug her nails down his back to grip his bare ass. He groaned, rubbed his erection between her thighs, and sucked on her bottom lip. She smiled in between kisses, loving how good he felt pressing her down on the grass, his warm body blanketing hers. She wiggled her hips. "Keep that up, and I won't be responsible for my actions," he murmured, kissing her jaw and neck. Each brush felt like a slide of satin over her skin. "Who said I want you to be responsible?" Goosebumps broke over her skin at his scorching look. She couldn't stop herself from telling him how she felt. "I want you to. Now. So bad I think I might go crazy if you don't do something soon. Stop hedging already." That was the first time she'd ever told a man how much she wanted him, and by the smile on his face, she was sure she'd done the right thing. "I don't have protection with me, sweetheart." For a split second, she considered telling him to stop. And then she sent those thoughts straight to hell. Stop? No way. "I'm on birth control for medical reasons." She puffed the words out because she knew what she said next would be very revealing. "I've only been with one other man. I trust you. Besides, I know you don't carry human diseases." Nate's eyes brightened to a liquid gold she could get lost in. His nostrils flared and he inhaled sharply. "Are you sure?" "More than I've ever been." He kissed her again. Deep, hard, hungry. Each swipe of his tongue over hers drove her a little closer to the edge of reason. Every brush of his lips melted more of her willpower and any thoughts of stopping. Clothes came off in the time it took her to take a breath, and then his body was over hers again, lips branding her as his. That all-consuming kiss lasted but a short moment before he moved to her chest. Her gasp of pleasure as his mouth encased her nipple was loud. She didn't care. She could only feel at that point. Feel his tongue flicking back and forth over her hard little tip while his hand molded the flesh of her other breast in his grasp. When he sucked hard on her nipple, she swore lights exploded behind her lids. Her body shook. She couldn't stop the rocking of her hips, searching for his cock to enter her, to fill her. Another full-body shiver, and his dick slipped to the entrance of her sex. That didn't last. With every moan out of her lips, he moved further down her body until he was lying between her thighs. She dug her nails into the spikes of grass at her sides and glanced down, past her quivering belly to meet his golden stare. "You and me, babe." His look turned possessive. She groaned.
There's no going back after this.
Yes, please. She whimpered and lifted her ass off the grass, hoping he'd get the picture. He licked around her clit in a slow, lazy circle. Her whimper tore from her dry throat. Nate, please.
I've got you.
Another slow lick, and she groaned, gripped his short hair in her fists, and pushed him into her crotch. No more games or you'll be in trouble.
What do you want, then?
He asked in that playful, growly voice she adored. Make me come, or go for broke and make me come twice. He licked at her clit in quick flicks. Her muscles tensed in expectation. Oh, God, she choked out. His hot breath caressed her folds as he swiped his tongue repeatedly over her pussy and drove it into her channel. The sensation was unbelievable. She squirmed in his hold, gripping his hair and rocking her hips over his lips. Her blood felt on fire from how hot she was inside. She couldn't form a coherent sentence if her life depended on it. All she knew was that at any moment, Nate's licks were going to bring her over the edge. He shoved his face in her pussy, burying his tongue into her channel. Oh, Nate! He reared back. She struggled to breathe as she met his gaze.
This is only the beginning, sweetheart.
He went back to fucking her pussy with his tongue, over and over, each glide erotic, like silken heat. She could only take choppy breaths and moan through it all, and when he growled, she came apart. The tension inside her unraveled so fast it left her breathless. A quick explosion of bliss, and her body filled with joy as she rode the pleasure wave. She screamed his name, loud. With her body still shaking from how hard she'd come and her legs jellified, she tried to grasp enough air into her lungs not to pass out. That's when he crawled up her body, kissing her with lips that still held the taste of her own climax. He slipped into her pussy in a quick, hard drive. She dug her nails into his slick shoulders and panted. Their gazes met. Passion flared bright, white-hot. She tugged his head down for a kiss, raking her nails into his short hair and clutching the strands at the back of his head. Tongues tangled, breaths mingled, and the world ceased to exist. She curled her legs around his waist, crossing her ankles at the small of his back. She clung to him, letting him own her with each thrust. Her body no longer hers, but his now, owned by him. The wild kiss turned scorching, nothing but the feel of his tongue delving deep into her mouth at the same time he filled her with his cock. He slipped a hand between their sweaty bodies and rubbed circles over her swollen clit. She tore away from the kiss with a moan. Oh, God! Nate! He swiped his cool, wet tongue over her neck, rubbing over her harsh, beating pulse.
Let go, baby.
One tap on her clit, and she flew. Colors danced in a rainbow of lines and shapes behind her lids. A scream lodged in her throat as her back arched off the ground with how hard she came. Her body vibrated with each new wave of pleasure flooding her core. Taking choppy breaths, she opened her eyes to meet his bright ones. With his cock still rock hard, he pulled out of her. In the moment it took her to gasp, she was on her stomach with him lifting her ass high in the air. She glanced over her shoulder to see him clenching his jaw.
Stay this way, baby,
he said with his voice low, rough.
I need inside you.
God, she needed him inside her too. Digging her nails into the grass, she leaned down and waited. He slid his hands down her back, kissed her cheeks, and a moment later pushed the head of his cock into her pussy. His thick shaft stretched her as he took her in a quick thrust. Oh, she whimpered low. Tension wound into a tight ball of need in her core. He drove forth and pulled back, each slide slickening her pussy. Each thrust tore louder moans from her throat. His fingers bit into her hips, holding her in place. Another thrust. Harder now. Yes. God, that feels good. Her words seemed to propel him into increasing his speed. All she could do was enjoy the ride. His cock rubbed her pussy walls in a friction she'd pay to feel forever. A shiver raced down her spine, sparking never-used pleasure cells to life. She squeezed her pussy muscles around his cock. Fuck! He dropped to all fours behind her, not once missing a beat. His body surrounded her, cocooning her in his warmth. It was sexy and erotic. The position wasn't new, but it was Nate with his large body covering her with his heat that tattooed the moment into her brain. Unforgettable. His strokes continued in a rapid pace that increased the sizzle in her blood with each glide. She was lost to the sensations, lost to how close she was to flying. Then he did it again. He rubbed her super-sensitized clit in quick flicks and sent her soaring. Oh, my God! She was lost in the pleasure, in the bliss of adrenaline that filled her veins and took over. His teeth scraped the back of her shoulder in a bite that only enhanced her orgasm, kept her mindless. His thrusts stopped suddenly, his body tensed, and then he growled. Mine. Only mine. His orgasm shook him hard enough. She felt it when he plastered his chest to her back. The bite turned painful enough to make her scream louder as he filled her with his seed. For long moments, she continued to have aftershocks of mini orgasms. To her pleasure, he continued to jerk in her channel. Her pussy squeezed at his cock, not willing to give up a single drop of his cum. When they could finally move, he turned her over to lay on top of him on the grass. That was... I know. He sounded more than satisfied with himself. She couldn't fault him. She had no words. You know, she said in a barely audible whisper, I would have never imagined you'd do something that... Amazing. He chuckled. She lifted her head from his chest and frowned at him. Full of yourself much? I think you should get a tattoo with my name on it. He grinned, eyes sparkling with mischief. You are drunk, she accused, slapping his sweaty shoulder. His laughter boomed with the rustle of the wind in the trees. His chest lifted her with each chuckle. You should. You belong to me now. Belong? Yeah. She felt his forehead. You're either drunk or sick to be speaking that much nonsense. He had to be drunk. She'd been in love with him for years. And other than the kiss he'd given her during Ellie's party, he'd never really done anything near like what he was doing now. A sound alerted her to turn toward the trees. The idea someone was near wasn't one she liked. She hurried to dress before someone caught her naked. I'm going home, Spot. He helped her stand and cupped her face. At least you're not calling me furball like Jordan does Eric. I'll go see if there's anyone in the area. Give me a few minutes, and I'll take you home. She shook her head. Not necessary. I need to think. You're not suddenly changing your mind about what happened here, are you? He asked. No, but I don't do these kind of things. You know that. It's best if I go home, and we see each other in a few days. Take a break. Not a few days. Tomorrow, he said in the bossy voice she wasn't very fond of. I'll think about it. You know, for a mutt, you're quite bossy, Spot. She spun to gather the equipment, but he turned her to face him. She had to go. All kinds of confusion clouded her mind. She and Nate had finally done something special and incredible. She had a hard time stamping her own claim on him. And there lay her problem. Her heart pounded in her chest as fear flowed through her veins, urging her to move, To go. To run back to the safety of her home and keep away from the man making her want things she didn't normally need. Emotional attachments frightened her, and she steered clear of them. But it didn't help her idea of wanting a true family. No matter how she looked at it, at some point she would have to take the step to get past the emotional stuff that seemed so scary. Being always closed off really made her life difficult. I've made multiple attempts at asking you on dates, and I can never get you to say yes. I didn't really think you were being serious. His brows dipped low. Why not? Why not indeed? There wasn't a single valid reason for her to have rejected his advances all this time, other than the fact she was afraid of the future with any man. Afraid of becoming a clingy copy of her mother. See, you don't have a reason. This putting me off ends now. Tomorrow we'll spend some time together. Just you and me. Now, say yes. What she wanted to say were a couple of choice words her mouth refused to let loose. But how could she say no again? She'd be turning him down when what she really wanted was to be with him. If she didn't give it a chance, she knew she'd live with too many what-ifs. I will consider seeing you tomorrow, but I make no promises of any other time. He stalked her. Tension poured out of each of his steps toward her. Her hackles rose at the line bisecting his brow into a deep frown. Then he moved forward, crowding her, and kissed her one more time before taking a step back from her. Tomorrow. She nodded in defeat. Tomorrow. Chapter 2. Emma, I don't think she really cares what color of blue you pick. Carla tried to keep the bite from her words, but her OCD friend was getting on her last nerve. It had been like this for an hour. 1 frickin' hour of them staring at decorations, all for a bridal shower for their friend Jordan. Eric, hunky leader of the Sexy Four, finally popped the question, and she'd said yes. Not that it came as a surprise to anyone. The way poor Jordan went beet red whenever they spoke of Eric was a major indicator she had more than the hots for Ellie's oldest brother. But now they were in a scramble to do things in a matter of days. The couple had decided they'd marry ASAP, which played havoc on Emma's planning tendencies. Her very annoying, bossy tendencies. And it meant Carla was going to have to plan the bridal shower with Nicole, or she'd end up stabbing one of her closest friends with the pretty pen she had in her hand. No, it has to be perfect. Emma frowned while tracing the lines of the lace overlay she wanted to use on the reception tables. That's it. She couldn't do this. There was way too much other shit on her mind. Mainly on the frustrating Nathan Wolfe. Stupid man. And why was she letting the fact that he wasn't around annoy her? Just because they had sex. Hold it. They hadn't had sex. They'd had toe-curling, skin-biting orgasms. And now that she thought about it, her body heated with memories. Fucking Spot. Almost 3 weeks since the day of the scenting ceremony, and she'd seen him only one time at a barbecue his parents held for Jordan and Eric. And her mind and heart could do nothing but miss him. Their promise to see each other had been thwarted by multiple issues concerning Jordan and then Ellie. Then Nate had ended up leaving to help Caleb, and tomorrow had turned into someday. Not that she could ever be angry with her friends. It wasn't their fault all kinds of crap had taken place. She loved them and was happy things had finally calmed a bit. But it saddened her that what had been something she'd looked forward to had disintegrated before it had started. Okay, Emma, this is what's going to happen. Carla turned toward the drill sergeant with a soothing smile. You're going to go off and take care of all those wedding details you need to, and leave this to me and Nick. We'll handle all of it. Alone. She tugged the fabric out of Emma's hands with force, all the while clenching her back teeth. Emma's grip didn't budge. Carla tugged again and became woozy with the quick moment. The room spun for a nanosecond before righting itself. Another tug, and Emma released the material. Carla wasn't a violent person, normally, but Emma could drive a saint to murder. Emma's brows shot up, and her pretty hazel eyes went wide. "Are you sure? I thought you didn't like having to decide on this kind of stuff." She took a breath and held it before slowly letting it out. She really needed to calm down and stop thinking about Nathan. "No, honey, you don't like giving me a chance to make any decisions. But as of right now, I'm releasing you from this task. I'll handle it." Emma gave the fabric a longing stare. "If you're sure." "Go." "Okay, all right, I'm going." She grinned and headed out of the hall. The coordinator returned with an armload of different shades of blue tablecloths. "Where is Miss Farrow?" Time to end the insanity. "She's gone." Carla pointed to the prettiest shade of sapphire blue with a smile. "We'll take all the decorations in that blue and the pale gold." The coordinator's shoulders drooped. "That was fast." "Yeah, thank goodness. If you have any questions, call me. Otherwise, we should be good with this." The sun beamed down on Carla's head, but the wind helped her stay cool. For a summer day, it wasn't that bad. She headed for her car, ignoring the growing fatigue and lightheadedness plaguing her for the past few days. Damn it, she almost forgot to buy some iron and B12 pills. She grumbled her way into the pharmacy near the lot where she'd parked her car. Her cell phone rang at the same time she walked into the store, and she almost tripped while trying to answer it and hold the heavy door open. Clearly, she couldn't do more than one thing at a time. "Hey, Jordan." She smiled, making her way to the vitamin section. She needed a nap really bad. "How are you doing?" Jordan's voice sounded worried. "Tired, but I'm getting my vitamins. What's up? Is Emma making you insane with more blue?" She felt for her friend. Emma could get completely OCD with the project. "She's okay. Though if she mentions a pattern again, I may drag Eric to Vegas and say to hell with it." She groaned. "But I'm not calling about Emma. I'm more concerned with you." Browsing through the multitude of organic vitamins, she grabbed her usual bottle of iron and multivitamins. "Why?" "You know I get like this when I forget to take iron and B12. I keep forgetting I'm probably the world's only chubby anemic." "Not funny." Jordan chastised Carla's lame joke. "I'm fine. Really." "Carla," Jordan said slowly, "I want you to do something, but I don't want you to freak out, okay? If you ask me to buy you lube, I draw the line at that. I love you, but you can get your own." She ran her fingers into her hair, pushing the annoying curls back. "Carla." "Okay, fine, I'll buy you lube, but don't you dare tell the others." "It's not that." She leaned on a wall of pills to hold back the lightheadedness she felt. Jordan was starting to worry her with how serious she sounded. The last time that happened, they'd ended up getting put on probation at their school. It wasn't their fault the fire alarms went off and everyone ended up wet from their science project. Thankfully, Carla's brother Kel was the trial being there. Being super smart got him through school early, and he was handpicked after college as vice dean at the school due to his great ideas on education and leadership. Recently, he'd been asked to lead when the dean took a leave of absence. Cal ignored some of the stuff they did. Okay, he ignored a lot of the stuff they did and treated them like 5-year-olds who needed supervision. "What? Damn, I need some food or I swear I am going to pass out." "I want you to pee on a stick." "What?" The room shifted. She saw a moving, blurry wave of bottles. It happened so fast, she swore she'd fall on her face. Her knees buckled under her, and she slid down the wall. Plastic containers rattled on her descent as she knocked them down before landing on her ass with a thump. "Carla, don't panic, honey, but I really think you should buy a test." Jordan said without actually saying what test. The last time I saw you... Carla tried to rein in her fear, but it was hard. The last time you saw me what? You smelled different. Different? Carla frowned, lifting an arm to rub it under her nose. Nothing different there. Different how? Like your scent was mixed with another, Jordan said quietly. Nothing like a friend calling you up on the phone to tell you that you smelled pregnant. Jordan knew Carla had always said she wouldn't have kids until she was in a stable relationship and married. Right now, she was neither. She didn't want to make the same mistakes as her mother, living for a man that was never there for her, ignoring the children most days because she was too worried about spying on their father. Carla knew that wasn't what she wanted. She lived it from the child's perspective. She was 1/3 of a triplet set and only got along with her brother, Kel. Her sister, her identical sister Cassandra, was the triplet from hell. Being neglected by their mom because she was too wrapped up in their father had been eye-opening and not something she ever wanted to put a child or herself through. I don't need to. This is just my body reminding me I need vitamins. Right? Right. There was no way she could be pregnant. It was only a few weeks since she'd had sex with Nate. And that was only one night. Okay, an unforgettable night. But still only one night. She remembered how she'd wondered why her time of the month hadn't arrived. She was on the pill to regulate her cycle. She was only like a day late anyway. Oh, hell, this couldn't be happening. She and Nate? Yeah, she was going to be sick. Her stomach lurched. Bile slapped the back of her throat, leaving behind its acidic taste. He'd been so busy helping out Caleb they hadn't seen much of each other, a fact that tore at Carla's insides daily, and made her wonder on an hourly basis if she'd been a one-night stand. The idea started to cement itself in her brain. Maybe that's all she'd been to Nate, a challenge until he'd gotten what he wanted. The one-night stand idea grew deep roots in her mind. Whenever she thought of the scenting ceremony, she wanted to cry. It had been such a great night. And then all hell broke loose. Her friends had been attacked repeatedly, and the possibility of spending any more time with Nate had been forgotten when he volunteered to help Caleb gather some men and start strategizing a way to get Caleb's pack back. Everyone was involved in protecting Jordan from the bad guys. She'd been hurt pretty badly in multiple attempts on her life. It got to the point Eric had asked Carla, Emma, and Nicole to stay away for a few days in order to ensure their safety. Everyone was worried others close to Jordan would end up hurt. Pack politics kicked in, and Caleb needed Nate and Jake to help out. Things just took a turn into crazy land. Please, Carla. Look, I'll come over. We'll do it together, she offered. Wait, what? She gulped. You need a piano stick, too? Jordan sighed. I think so. Let's not freak out until we know for sure. Pick me up a test tube, and let's wallow in whatever the results are together. The roar of an engine sounded. I'll bring the wine and ginger ale. No matter what the result is, I think we'll both need a glass from one or the other. Yeah, hell was breaking loose all over again. Do any of the others know? Ellie, probably, but she won't say anything. I'll meet you at your house. Okay. She hung up and sat there, frozen. How had her day gone from taking control to completely losing it? It couldn't get more frightening than this. Not for her. Her mother had been a single mother. She'd chased after her father for years, hoping that he'd commit, only to find that he was already committed to someone else. Carla wouldn't put herself through that. She headed to the dreaded aisle containing the tests, stomach twisting and churning. Her gaze drifted to the box of condoms sitting next to them. Nice. Where the hell were they when she'd needed them? With 10 different tests in her plastic carry bin, she ambled at a snail's pace toward the register as if she were headed for the guillotine. She'd just gotten into her car when her cell phone rang again. Please, God, don't let it be any more bad news. She couldn't take it. Hi, Cal. She tried to sound enthusiastic, putting a smile on her face because she knew he'd be able to tell if she was upset. What's wrong? Damn it! That stupid extrasensory whatever the hell they shared had screwed her again. He'd known she was internally having multiple panic attacks. Nothing's wrong. I'm on my way home now. Just got some vitamins. And other stuff she really didn't want to discuss. You sure? I could sense distress from you. Her brother's tone told her he didn't believe her. Too bad. She wasn't discussing the possibility of her being pregnant with him. I'm sure. I'll talk to you later. I'm starving and tired. Go home and rest. You've been looking sickly lately. Fantastic. It was obvious she wasn't doing well. Not exactly what she'd wanted to hear. Yeah, I'll call you later. Her mind whirled over what she'd do if the result from the test ended up being positive. She and Nate were nowhere near what she'd call a relationship, and she wasn't dragging him into one if she was. When she reached her house, Jordan's energy saver was parked outside. She hopped out of her car and met Jordan at the door. Jordan hugged her and inhaled. She looked into Carla's eyes with a frown. It's stronger now. Her heart froze. Oh, God. Jordan rushed forward to grab her by her arm. Look, you know I'm new at this whole shifter thing. Let's just take the tests and see what's up, okay? They entered her house in silence. She handed Jordan the shopping bag with the tests. You do know there are only 2 of us taking these, right? She smiled, dumping the packages on the dining room table. Yeah, but I didn't know which was the best. I figured I'd bring them all. She dropped on the chair, covering her face with her hands. It had to be a false alarm. Jordan picked up 2 boxes and handed her one. How about we start with the ones that say the words on the screen instead of us trying to make out results from lines and equations? Okay, that works. She started to feel calmer with Jordan there. Besides, what were the chances she was pregnant? She was on birth control. Yeah. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it had to be plain old exhaustion. We'll bring both back here and check the results together, okay? Carla nodded and went to pee in a cup. Thankfully, she kept disposable cups at home for parties and gatherings. Jordan went to the guest bathroom, while Carla went to the one next to her bedroom. A few moments later, they met up at the kitchen with both tests in hand. They set them down on some paper towels and waited the dreaded 2 minutes. Unable to sit still, she opened the fridge and sighed at the cool that kissed her heated skin when she grabbed 2 water bottles. Instinct told her to look, but fear for what the results would be kept her from glancing at the tests. So, don't you want to have kids? She finally asked Jordan. Of course I do. I love kids or I wouldn't be a teacher. Jordan smiled from the kitchen table. But Eric and we need some time to be together, just us first. I mean, if the test is positive, then I'll be happy. But I'd like to wait a little bit more before we go there. She placed her elbow on the table, cupping her cheek with her hand. What about you? How are things with Nate? He's been with Caleb, so I haven't seen much of him. Or any of him. One night stand. They've been strategizing, Jordan said. But I'm sure he's dying to see you. Right. If he wanted to see her, he'd show up. Or he'd call. He'd done neither, which told her he'd seen the scenting ceremony as more of a casual night than anything serious. They really have been busy, Jordan said as if reading her mind. I hardly see Eric lately. Apparently, Caleb's uncle is hiring more rogues to watch his land, and that means things are harder for Caleb. Ready? Carla glanced at the tests on the paper towels with trepidation. We'll do it together. Jordan gripped her hand tight. and they stood to look at their results. "Oh, thank God," Jordan sighed. "Oh, shit." Carla inhaled sharply. It couldn't be. Tension locked her muscles into place as the shock weaving its way through her body took over. Spots danced before her eyes. She was going to pass out. "Tell me that's not saying what I think I'm reading." I could tell you that, but then we'd both be lying to you." She sank down in a chair again. "What am I going to do?" "Don't panic." Jordan squatted down in front of her, holding Carla's hands between her own. "You're going to be a great mom." "This is crazy, Jordan." Fear built at the speed of a derailed train. A child. She was going to be a mother, and Nate hadn't even spoken to her in the longest time. That wasn't the way things were supposed to work. "I can't even remember to take my vitamins. How can I be responsible for another human being?" "Look at me, honey," Jordan ordered, pulling Carla out of the dark hole she was quickly crawling toward. "You'll be fine. You're a fantastic teacher. The kids love you, and I bet once Nate finds out, he'll be over the moon." "I have no plants." She swallowed hard. "They die on me. I forget to water them. I forget—" "Carla, stop. I know you're scared, but she'll do a great job. Trust your instincts." "I hate to ask, but I think this is the biggest question. Do you want this child?" Did she? A new life she and Nate created? Without a doubt. But was she scared shitless? Abso-freaking-lutely. Carla nodded. "Okay then. You're not alone. I'm here. We're all here, and you won't be doing it by yourself. Just remember that. Whenever you're overwhelmed, you aren't alone. You have us. You have me," Jordan promised. "And I'm not going anywhere. None of us are." It was all Spot's fault. If he hadn't been all seductive the night of the scenting ceremony, she wouldn't have her own little furry spot in the oven now. Her hand went to her abdomen, and she couldn't help but smile. A tiny version of Nate had been one of her daydreams down the line. Like way, way down the line, in about 5 years after she'd convinced him to marry her by tying him up to her bed until he agreed they belonged together. And, of course, she'd get him to agree by giving him lots of sex. Maybe that was for her own benefit, but she was sure he'd enjoy it too. There was no doubt her infatuation with him was a tad out of control. "Well, you're off the hook." She smiled at Jordan. "You know," Jordan pouted, "I feel kind of sad that it was negative now." Laughter bubbled up Carla's throat. "We're never happy, are we?" Chapter 3. Nate Wolfe sat in his truck, staring at his cell phone. He'd tried to think of ways to apologize to Carla for not seeing her just yet. Tried and failed. He could never come up with the right words. He knew she wasn't the type of person to be played with, but with the crazy schedule he kept lately, it was hard to get the time in to see her in person. Most nights, he parked his truck outside her house and sat there, wishing he was inside with her. A knock sounded on his window. He already knew who it was. He motioned for Kelvin to get in the truck. "What's up?" "You know, if I didn't know better, I'd swear you're stalking my sister." Kelvin laughed. Once he'd bitten Carla and marked her, he'd spoken to her brother and explained the situation. Ever since then, Carla's brother showed up nightly to sit in his truck. Sometimes they'd talk. Other times they sat there, watching Carla's house for a few minutes before they both left. "How are you?" Nate scrubbed a hand over his face. He needed a shower and a bed. He'd spent most of the day deep in the forest, hunting down some of the rogues Caleb's uncle had hired. "I'm okay." He motioned toward Carla's house with his head. "It's her I'm worried about." Nate frowned. "What's wrong?" He'd asked Ellie and Jordan to watch her for him. The farther he went into Caleb's land, the harder it was for him to get back at a decent time to see her. Usually it was late, and she'd be asleep. Instead, he sat outside and comforted his animal with the knowledge she was near. His wolf missed her. He missed her. Her smile and sparkling eyes, messing with her and riling her up. Her scent and the feel of her body under him. Fuck it. He missed his mate. And though he hadn't yet claimed her, he'd marked her. She was his. All that stood between them was a bite, and it would seal the deal. But he wouldn't rush her into that. They had time. She sounded strange on the phone today, Kel said. Nate didn't like the sound of that. I'll ask Ellie what's going on. Kelvin nodded. Though they'd been friendly for years, it was Nate and Carla's new relationship which spurred him to become closer to her brother. See you tomorrow? Kelvin grinned. Same time. Nate waved him goodbye. Then he started the truck and went home. Frustration turned his muscles to stone. He'd been avoiding Carla. Not on purpose. Well, not really. He'd been unsure how to approach her about their future mating. While it was clear they were connected physically and mentally, it was her emotional distance that bothered him. He didn't know how to reach her. A soft growl worked up his throat. He wanted to tell her to trust him, to open up and tell him whatever was bothering her. But she'd probably just stare at him with her beautiful but skeptic eyes and clam up. He found Ellie sitting in the darkened living room, waiting. Since Jordan and Derek mated, they lived in Jordan's house together. His sister, Ellie, was the reason he'd been able to meet Carla. She was Carla's friend since college and recently joined his mother in the matchmaking ranks. Ellie cared for his friend Caleb, who was currently fighting for the rights to his own pack. Ellie's concern for Caleb meant she waited up until Nate or Jake came home to reassure her he was fine. How'd things go? She eyed Nate's torn shirt with concern. The wounds from their fight tonight had already healed, but his clothes were still bloody. His clothes were another reason he hadn't visited Carla when he'd been injured. The last thing he wanted was to worry her. We went closer into Caleb's Uncle Rocco's side tonight, but there are many caves and places to ambush. It was like taking a step forward, but 10 steps back. Things look pretty bad. He's gotten a lot more rogues to work his security than we expected. Ellie bit her lip. Her concerned expression pushed him to sit next to her and hug her to his side. He hated that his sister suffered because Caleb wasn't around. But with Caleb trying to gain the rights to his pack back, he needed to focus on his land and the enemy. Caleb's Uncle Rocco was bent on destroying the pack. We'll help him as much as possible, little pup. She met his gaze with her watery one. You need to talk to Carla. I will. Things have just been crazy. No, you need to talk to her. She pushed back to give him a serious look. This is important. I've been trying to run a business and help Caleb hunt, he said in a rush. He knew Ellie wasn't trying to sound demanding, but when she put it that way, it sounded like he'd been deliberately ignoring Carla. I know that, but Thirsty Wolf will survive a few days without you, and so will Caleb. He swallowed down the fear, trying to make its presence known. What's wrong? She needs you. And I understand you are helping Caleb get his pack back, but she's priority to you. You know that. Shit. Something was definitely wrong. I'll go see her tomorrow. No. You're going to take a shower and go tonight. Caleb's not expecting you tomorrow. He glanced at her with surprise. He's not? She crossed her arms over her chest. Nope. I asked Jake to let him know you'd be out. Mate business. Anything else you want to tell me? Heck, maybe she'd give him a hint on what it was he needed to talk to Carla about. You'll know when you get to her. She stood to go to her room, but stopped and glanced at him over her shoulder. Whatever you do, Wait until she tells you. Great. Now his sister was talking cryptic. Knots formed in his stomach. There had to be a big problem at hand for her to order him to Carla. Sweat gathered on his palms. He had to move. Fear pushed the wolf inside. His animal ordered him to his mate. After a quick shower and change, Nate found himself in front of Carla's darkened house. Ellie had lent him her spare key. She had all her friends' spare keys. Apparently, they trusted her to keep them safe. Though Emma was the OCD one in the group, Ellie had amazing memory for a shifter, so the keys stayed with his sister. He opened the door. The wood pushed back without a sound. At the entrance, he was hit by the automatic air freshener. The smell of lavender was now stuck to his nose. He had to talk to her about the scent stuff. Though the lavender was light, it still smelled powerful to his sensitive nose. With quiet steps, he strolled to her bedroom and stopped at the open door. God, he'd missed her. Moonlight filtered through her shades, casting a delicate light over her sleeping form. She was on her side, hugging a pillow to her chest. Her pajama shorts displayed her sexy legs. He quietly sat on the bed next to her. There were dark lines under her eyes. She was tired. That was probably his fault. Guilt pierced his chest and tore wounds into his heart. He shouldn't have neglected her. He lifted a hand to brush hair away from her face. The touch disturbed her. She instantly released the pillow and moved to lie on her back. And her new scent hit him. He jumped to his feet and took 3 steps back. He could smell the change in her while she slept. His wolf wanted to howl and mate with her now. Right now. She was having his baby. She continued to sleep as he took his clothes off. Excitement, no, happiness rushed through him with the force of a freight train. A big, stupid grin split his lips. He was going to be a father. He felt as if he'd been running through the woods. Concern, joy, and nerves bounced around his insides. He wanted to be close to her, to feel her warmth surrounding him as he drove deep into her moist sex. Now he understood Ellie's words not to say anything until she did. He'd wait. But he couldn't stand there and not hold her now that he was so close, now that he knew she carried his offspring. He'd known she was his the first time he'd seen her. Ellie's freshman year in college. She and Jordan had brought home 3 new friends. The moment his eyes met Carla's, he knew there would be no other female for him. But Carla was somewhat on the shy side. He'd kept things light-hearted whenever he was around her. When he'd kissed her the night of Ellie's masquerade party, he'd known she wanted him just as badly. That had been 7 years ago. Not that he was counting or anything, but it was a night he'd never forget. The kiss had been unlike any other he'd ever experienced. He was a shifter. He believed in attraction at first sight, but not normally love. Yet, that night he'd swore love had bloomed at the touch of their lips. When she'd lifted a hand to caress his cheek, a zap of electricity had traveled between them. And when he'd held her close, her scent had brought the wolf to the surface. He wanted. Oh, yeah, he wanted Carla. Only Carla. She was his one. There'd be no others for Nate. She'd been going to school at the time and then establishing herself as a teacher. Through it all, he'd been happy to wait until she was ready. So when Ellie pointedly mentioned the location where Carla would be watching the ceremony from, he took it as his opportunity to mark his mate. It was the chance he'd been hoping for. Remembering how responsive she'd been turned his cock steel hard. He slipped between the sheets and turned her body to face him. There was no hesitation. She curled into him in her sleep. He smiled at the way she sighed his name. "I'm here, sweetheart." he said before brushing a kiss over her lips. She opened her mouth for him, as if she missed him as much as he'd been missing her. The kiss turned possessive. He couldn't stop the need to stamp himself all over her, with his mouth, with his hands, and with his cock inside her tight sex. Her sexy little moans drove him crazy. His wolf pushed under his skin, needing a taste of his mate. He shredded through her clothing in a second. Then he deepened their kiss as their naked bodies caressed in full contact. Nothing had ever felt that fucking good. He took her mouth, branded her with his lips. Their tongues rubbed and twined together, pushing his arousal and his animal to the edge. "Nate," she murmured sleepily when he moved to kiss the corner of her mouth. "I like this dream." He smiled and cupped her breasts in his hands, already noticing how much fuller they were from the last time he'd been with her. And the urge to howl gripped him again. She was having his baby. The wolf inside him liked knowing he'd gotten his mate pregnant. The man couldn't hold back the satisfaction spreading through him. She was his, in every primal way possible. She spread her legs open for him, giving him access to her moist heat. He loved the scent of her arousal. Like the sweetest cream, she drew him in for a taste. He planted small kisses on his way down her body. When he reached her belly, he rubbed his cheek on her abdomen before moving down to her sex. Pretty," he groaned. Her pussy gleamed with her juices. Curling his arms around her full, sexy thighs, he pushed her legs back and rubbed his nose over her clit. "Oh, Nate!" The way she said his name, desperate and urgent, turned his cock concrete stiff. He licked at her pussy in circles over her tender, slick flesh. Her scent drove his animal wild. It was a mixture of her and him and the new life they'd created. He loved it. She gripped his hair tight in her fists, pushing at his back with the balls of her feet. Another lick, and she begged for more. Her husky voice pushed him to continue lavishing her with pleasure. She moaned louder at each twirl of his tongue on her clit. And when he drove his tongue deep into her sheath, drinking her essence, she gasped. Her channel flexed around his tongue, sucking him deep. He wanted to feel her doing that to his cock. Feel her pussy squeeze tight on him with every glide into her fluttering walls. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" She tugged on his hair, wiggling her hips closer to his mouth. He pulled back and glanced up. Her eyes were closed tight, lips puffing out harsh breaths as her breasts rose and fell with each ragged intake of air. The tiny bundle of nerves peeking between her lips called his attention. He flicked his tongue over the hard little nub. She gasped, legs locking tight on his shoulders. With another lick and the grazing of his teeth, she screamed as her body shook hard and her channel dripped her juices. He inhaled her scent, caressing her quivering sex with his lips. A tugging on his hair caused him to glance up. Her smile and sleepy eyes brought back that satisfied feeling from before. This was right. Him and her. Together. "Come here," she whispered with a flirty grin. He crawled up her body, ignoring the aching hard-on and the desperate need to ram into her hot pussy. He bracketed her head with his arms and held himself above her. She wasn't having it. With one hand on his cock, she pumped him hard from root to tip. Christ, that felt good. He clenched his teeth to keep from begging her to do it again and watched her smile widen. "I love that." "What?" he asked with the rough voice he couldn't help since his animal lay right below the surface. "The gorgeous glow in your eyes." She didn't know what to say to that. No female had ever called the wolf's glow gorgeous. "You like it?" "Yeah." She pumped him in her grip again. I like knowing you have that wild side sitting there, wanting to play with me.
Baby, the wild side wants to fuck you senseless,
he said, his voice deeper and harder due to how turned on he was. Do it. Come inside me. She licked her lips. I feel empty without you. Another time, and he'd have tried to take it easy, taken it slow. Not tonight. He'd missed her too much, wanted her too much. Her scent called out the beast within. In a single thrust, he drove deep. Her pussy rippled around his cock. Yes. Her whimper of satisfaction did him in. They locked lips and kissed while the urge to fill her with his seed overpowered all his thinking abilities. Fuck her. Take her. Mate her. Thrusts turned frenzied, his movements harsh and uncoordinated. She dug her nails deep into his shoulders. The bite of pain only called the animal to the surface. A growl rumbled in his chest, blending with the sound of her enjoyment. Her nails raked into his hair, and she yanked his hair back, pulling his face from hers. She chose that moment to squeeze her pelvic muscles around his cock. Hell, he choked out. Make me come, she ordered breathlessly. Passion glimmered in her eyes. Her lips, swollen from his kisses, puffed air out of her mouth. He rammed her repeatedly. Their gazes locked. The link between them thickened with each thrust, until there was nothing but the two of them. Nothing else existed in their passion bubble. Sliding a hand between them, he rubbed on her slick center and watched her go over. Pleasure filled her features, and she screamed. For him. The sound was music to his ears. It filled his heart with joy. He snarled. His muscles burned from exertion. The power of his beast turned his body stiff as he closed in on his own release. Fire crackled down his spine, shooting through his cock and releasing into her channel, filling her with his scent, marking her as his from inside. He jerked into her greedily, groaning at each suck her pussy did on his dick. With every spasm of her sex, he jerked again. It went like that for long moments. Afterwards, he laid down beside her and hugged her to his side. Though she'd given herself without restriction to him physically, he scented her withdrawal. It hurt him to not know how to reach her.
Go to sleep, baby,
she sighed, snuggling closer into him. I missed you, too. Those words. They generated a pressurized ball of guilt inside his chest. Guilt for not being there with her, but still happy she'd admitted to some emotion. He knew they needed to spend a lot more time together before she could trust that he was serious about them.
I'll be around more, I promise. Things have been very crazy with Caleb's pack in the bar.
I don't need promises. I understand. There are other things that need your time. It's fine. He heard the skepticism in her voice, but he was a wolf, and they never gave up on the women they wanted. Ever. Carla woke up on a smooth surface, a surface that lifted her up and slowly dropped down. She blinked her eyes open and zeroed in on one of Nate's nipples. Sexy little things. Without stopping to think about it, she rubbed her thumb over it.
Keep that up and you'll be late for work,
he grumbled. She hid a grin and glanced up. His eyes had that wild look again, and her pussy went Niagara Falls soaked. I can't be late. The kids will worry and think something happened to me. She crawled up his torso to brush her lips over his. That small contact brought all her hormones to life. Apparently, her body didn't care about having to go to work. She wanted him inside her again. It looked like her need for him grew with every moment they spent together. That thought had the effect of a bucket of cold water. She couldn't let herself become emotionally dependent on a man, no matter who he was. Tamping down her emotions, she crawled off the bed and stood. "I'm going for a shower."
"I'll join you."
He grinned, hopping off the bed and flexing those drool-worthy muscles she could stare at forever.
"Save water and all that."
"Right, water." He lifted her into his arms to carry her to the bathroom. "You know, I'm not a baby," she complained. "Put me down. I probably weigh more than you."
"You're light as a baby. Now quit complaining and let me be romantic."
She giggled at his demand and curled her arms around his neck. "Fine. Be romantic then, but don't blame me later when your back hurts." He kissed the tip of her nose.
"Then I'll just have to find a way to convince you to give me a massage, huh?"
"I like how you think. This whole carrying me business might work after all." She couldn't believe how attentive Nate was behaving toward her. Even when she got snarky because he was hogging the water, he just tugged her into his arms and kissed her. Heck, he even offered to make her breakfast while she dressed for work. "Shouldn't you be out helping Caleb?" she asked, walking into the smell of food. Her stomach grumbled and reminded her she needed some of whatever smelled so divine. The night before she'd gone to bed feeling ill and could only hold down some toast. His gaze jerked up from the pan he was cooking eggs in to stare at her belly, then up to her eyes.
"Hungry?"
Heat crawled over her cheeks. "From the sound of my stomach, you'd think I'm starving." He smiled and pointed to her dining table with a spatula.
"Have a seat. I'm about done."
She glanced at the coffee maker. Damn, he hadn't made coffee.
"I put some juice on the table for you,"
he said. She searched for the coffee in the usual spot, but there was nothing there, and she didn't feel like figuring out where she might have put it. "Thanks." She filled a glass with apple juice and drank it while he served them breakfast. It was weird and nice. "So?"
"So what?"
He sat down after placing a plate piled high with food in front of her. "Are we sharing all this food, or what? I can't eat all this." Though she would certainly try. She picked up a piece of bacon and sighed. Yeah, that was the good stuff. "Aren't you supposed to be helping Caleb?"
"I'll see to him in a while."
She frowned. Helping Caleb get his pack back had been a priority to Nate and Jake lately. Even Nick had mentioned how little she saw of the pain-in-the-ass wolf brother, also known as Jake.
"I haven't seen you in too long,"
he said, staring deep into her eyes.
"I missed you."
Well, damn. That was nicer than she'd expected. She opened her mouth to tell him when her cell phone rang. "Hey, Cal." She tried the nonchalant approach, hoping he didn't read into her emotional turmoil. His perception when it came to her was spot on, and she didn't want to worry him.
"How are you feeling?"
her brother asked. "Pretty good. I'm about to head in soon."
"I need to talk to you about Mom."
Uh-oh. Whenever he said that, it meant that their mother either needed money because she'd given it to her latest boyfriend, or their sister spent whatever she had on living the high life. "I'll see you when I get to school," she said, not wanting Nate to listen to the family drama she had to deal with regularly. That side of her life wasn't something she liked to share with anyone. They ate in silence, and once it was time to go, she noticed Nate watching her. "Are you okay?" she asked. He'd been quiet and thoughtful, probably because he preferred to be out doing things with Jake and Caleb than sitting there with her.
"Yeah, how are you feeling?"
She blinked. Oh, boy. Tell him now or tell him later? The way he searched her face, as if looking for an extra nose, decided it for her. Tell him later. He had a lot on his mind already. "Good."
"Anything new?"
"Like what?" Jordan had said she could tell she smelled different. He could probably smell it too. Damn, there went the coward's way out. He smiled, showing perfect white teeth.
Oh, I don't know. Anything you need to tell me?
She slapped her forehead. Maybe she'd really lost her mind to think a shifter wouldn't notice. A shifter! How long have you known? He guffawed, and she felt stupid for thinking it would be overlooked.
Since I got here last night. Your scent's changed.
I heard, she mumbled. It was disconcerting to hear him talk about her pregnancy. She still needed to come to terms with it. The idea of being a parent to anything, child or animal, scared the bejesus out of her. Hell, thinking of the growing baby turned the juice she'd had into a tornado in her stomach. She stood to grab her work bag, but squeaked when he tugged her down to his lap, landing her sideways on him.
Sweetheart?
She met his gaze. There was that worried look on him again. Yes?
You know I'm with you all the way in this, right?
Was he? She'd seen her mother give her father 3 children, only to have to beg him to spend time with her and them. Then she saw it again with every man in her mother's life. It got so bad, her mother would buy them whatever they wanted to see if they'd show her the love they promised. But it was useless. Men were good at saying what women wanted to hear. She'd rather see it in actions. As it was, Nate had spent too little time with her for her to know how much he was willing to take on. We'll see, she answered. It frustrated her how he expected her to just take his word for it like they had any type of history. As far as she was concerned, all Nate had done was flirt with her and give her great orgasms. Other than that, she had very little to go on.
You.
He cupped her cheek with one hand before bringing it down to rest on her belly.
And he or she are my priorities. Don't doubt it for a second.
She had a hard time swallowing past the knot in her throat. He'd said that with certainty. And the look on his face, committed, was exactly one of the things she'd hoped for. Then why was she having so many doubts? Because she'd always seen the opposite in her family. Years of living among lies tended to have that effect. Men promised her mother the world and never delivered. I need to go to work. Chapter 4.
Good morning, Carla.
She turned to the sound of her name. Charles Cooper, her co-worker and physical education teacher, stood by the coffee machine in the teacher's lounge. He was the newest teacher at her school and seemed like a nice guy. She strolled inside and put her bag on one of the chairs by the door. Charlie smiled wide, showing off the gap between his 2 front teeth. He flicked a non-existent speck of dust off his sweatshirt. She focused on the lines of his sweatshirt. It appeared to be pressed. Who the heck pressed sweats? If it were up to her, she'd buy wrinkle-free everything to never have to iron. Thank God for dry cleaners. Good morning, Charlie. She grinned and grabbed the cup of coffee he held out to her. She shouldn't drink coffee. Nate had casually mentioned it wasn't good for pregnant women as she walked out the door. She was pretty sure he was the reason behind her missing coffee. The young teacher had made several attempts at asking her out, but she'd never been attracted to him like that. Besides, she couldn't fathom being with any other man that wasn't Nate Wolfe.
Do you have any plans for vacation?
He asked, leaning into the round table in the center of the room. The last thing she'd thought of was vacation. If she was lucky, she'd get some much-needed rest and probably figure out how to turn her guest room into a nursery. I think I'm going to stay home. She glanced down at the coffee he'd given her, but thinking of Nate's words made her desire for it to suddenly disappear. What she really wanted was to take a nap.
Well, if you're interested.
He threw his empty cup in the trash bin.
I have a friend who owns a condo down in Miami. He's going to be overseas for the summer and offered to let me use it. If you wanted...
I'm sorry, Charlie. We've already had this conversation. I really like you, as a friend. She tried to be gentle and letting him down again. He wasn't a bad guy, just not the guy for her.
That's fine. Take your time to think about it. Anyway, there's also a Broadway show coming to the Blue Creek area in a few days. I know you and Jordan have spoken of wanting to see one, and if you'd like, I can get the three of us tickets.
Let me discuss it with Jordan and see what she thinks, she mumbled, not wanting to reject the poor guy 2 times in a row. She took some steps forward, dumped the coffee in the sink, and marched toward the trash bin to get rid of the empty cup. In a flash of movement, her foot stepped in a slick spot on the ground. The coffee cup went flying, and her body hurled toward the ground. Charlie rushed forward, enveloping her in his arms before she had a chance to fall on her ass.
I got you.
She clung to him, waiting for her heartbeat to slow down and the shaking that made her knees weak to subside. Thank you. She cleared her throat and tried to pull away from the awkward hug. Thanks for not letting me fall. Charlie's gaze locked on her lips.
Carla,
Good morning, Ellie and Jordan called from the entrance. Carla jerked out of his hold as if she'd been bitten by a snake. Thanks again, Charlie. He nodded.
We can chat another time.
She rushed out of the teacher's lounge. Jordan and Ellie grinned. What did we miss? Jordan asked, waggling her brows. I almost fell on my face, and he caught me. Looked to me like he was about to make a move on you, Ellie joked. I'll have to make sure my brother steps up his game so the PE teacher doesn't steal his woman. Carla rolled her eyes. Yeah, okay. Charlie likes Carla, Jordan taunted and made kissy faces. Yeah, well, he's better off liking someone else, she grumbled. Ellie laughed and hugged Carla to her side. Relax, hon. He'll get the picture soon enough. Besides, he's not a bad guy, just young. And in love with Miss Alves, Jordan whispered. Shh. Heat crowded Carla's cheeks. Thank goodness they arrived way before any of the other teachers, or she'd never live down the embarrassment. It turned out to be a really long day for Carla. Her parent workshop on helping children study happened to be that night. It meant she left later than usual. She ended being the last to leave the school that night. She had just exited the back of the building when she realized someone stood before her. The large body loomed over her, raising distress alarms in her chest. He pushed her back against the door. Carla. Nate growled her name. The fear that built deflated like a popped balloon. Nate's lips crashed with bruising intensity over hers. Had the back of the building not been dim, she would have realized it was him sooner. There was something strange about him. He drove his tongue deep into her mouth. Greedy, hungry, domineering. At the same time, hands wrenched at her clothes. It took all her focus to tear her lips from the possessive and angry kiss. Nate? He snarled. She gulped down the moan working up her throat. Her pussy moistened and readied for him. This aggression was not something she was used to in Nate. It made her nervous, but turned her on like crazy. His eyes glowed bright, and another rumble sounded in his chest. This comes off. Now. He tore at the material of her top. What are you doing? She tried really hard not to sound excited, but Nate had never been aggressive. She wasn't sure what was going on. Off. Now, he snarled. Need you. What? Was all she got out before his lips took hers in another deep, dark kiss. His body vibrated over hers. She dug her nails into his tense arms, grasping at his smooth, fevered skin. He sliced through the rest of her clothes, shredding her pants and underwear into thin ribbons. Hot evening air caressed her naked body. She couldn't find it in her to stop him. They were in the back of her school, for goodness sakes. Yet all she could do was give in to the beast. He slipped a hand between her legs and groaned. Hot. he said and licked her bottom lip, nipping it between his teeth. Wet. She wiggled on his finger, wanting the digit to penetrate her and calm the fire he'd ignited in her core. Christ, seeing Nate that way was hot as hell. The wild eyes, the deep growls, and the almost uncontrollable way he rubbed his body over hers was sexier than anything she'd ever experienced. Nate!
I can't wait.
He pressed her body flush on the metal door she'd exited the building through. The hiss of his zipper only amped up her excitement. She panted, lifted her legs and curled them around his waist, clinging to his neck. He met her gaze. The beast stared at her through his eyes. Wild. Possessive. Demanding. He palmed her ass and drove into her in a forceful thrust. She gasped at the intense feeling of fullness. His cock pounded her pussy in quick, hard drives. She didn't know what caused his wild reaction, nor did she care. But she sure as hell enjoyed the hot, hard slide of his cock slamming her up against the door. He sucked on her neck, drawing circles on her flesh and growling with each drive. Her orgasm took her by surprise with its speed. A burning wave of pleasure sucked her under and hurled her out into space. Her body shook, and he kissed her at the same time she screamed, drinking in her breathless call of his name. Her sex tightened around his cock, and flutters of many orgasms proceeded to flare shockwaves through her channel. Their breaths commingled. He growled into their kiss. Deep. So deep the rumble felt as if it were coming out of her chest. One deep drive, and he tensed. Another, and he shook. On the third, he pressed further than before and stopped, his cock pulsing and filling her with his heated seed. She panted and glanced up into his still bright eyes. What? She cleared her throat from the dryness taking hold. Brought that on. He kissed the corner of her mouth, sucked on the curve of her jaw, and licked his way up to her earlobe. Then he pulled out of her slowly. She almost whimpered from the loss of heat. Your scent. A honk's blare sounded in the distance, and she remembered she was naked in the back lot of the school. Ready to run for cover, she wiggled in his grasp. Put me down before we get found here like this. Instead of doing as she requested, he carried her to his truck and sat her in the passenger side. Then he handed her a blanket from the back seat. Thank you. She wrapped herself in the soft cotton and waited for him to enter the driver's side. His face continued to have that half-feral, half-angry look. Once he sat down next to her, she continued her questioning. What did you mean when you said my scent? His hands tightened on the wheel as he took a couple of deep breaths. The leather on his seat squealed when he shifted to face her. I spoke to Kel earlier. He told me you were leaving late. I was waiting to surprise you and take you home. But when you walked out, you smelled of a different male. She blinked, her jaw hanging wide open. Then it clicked. I slipped in the teacher's lounge earlier, and Charlie grabbed me before I hit the floor. His eyes narrowed. I could smell his desire for you on your clothes. What? You could? She'd never had any man show jealousy for her before. It was strange and a little freaky. It caught me unaware and pushed the wolf to the surface. The wild side lingered close by. It was obvious from the deepness of his voice to the tightness on his face. I'm sorry. He shook his head and faced the steering wheel. It's not your fault. I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't mean to scare you with my reaction. You didn't scare me. It was probably not good that she'd actually been excited to see that aggressive side of him, or that she'd loved every second of the rough coupling. But she had issues. She shrugged it off as another side of Nate she had the hots for. She lifted a hand and placed it tentatively over his. It was new and different, but I know you wouldn't hurt me. His brows dipped in a troubled frown. You're right. I wouldn't hurt you. Ever. She smiled. I know. Can you take me home? You're sure you want to be around me? The animal's still restless, but I promise you I have him under control. Yes. Can you take me home, or would it be a problem to have someone drop off my car? She felt the need to reassure him again. I'm not scared of you. The lines on his forehead smoothed a little. I can take you home. I'll call up one of the enforcer packs doing rounds in this area. She patted his hand. It was nice to be able to give him some reassurance in his time of insecurity. Good. Let's do it. Guess who called me? Kel said the following day at the end of their long school day. They headed for the parking lot behind the gym. They were the most unusual-looking triplets. She and her sister were physically identical, while Kel was the total opposite. Where they were short, he was tall. They were curvy, he was muscled. The girls had their mother's lighter skin tone, and he had his father's bronzed. Oh, I know. Was it that TV show to let you know you are not the father? She laughed. No, smartass. Cass. He hugged her to his side and planted a kiss on her head. Oh, not the news she'd hoped for. What did she want? Their sister had stayed away from them for years. She'd chosen to live with their mother and follow in her footsteps. Only Cass had a much meaner personality than their mother. And with the way Carla had felt lately, she'd likely tell Cass off than try to get along. She said she was headed this way and would come visit. Carla stopped at the entrance to the gym and turned to her brother. You're messing with me, right? He grimaced. I wish I were. She said she misses us and wants to spend time with you. Me? What the hell did I ever do to deserve that kind of punishment? She groaned and yanked the door to the gym open. Her question went unanswered when they saw Ellie, Jordan, and one of the wolf pack enforcers in the center of the gym, fighting. What's going on here? She yelled, rushing toward her friends. Ellie had the enforcer in a headlock, while Jordan was twisting his leg in a weird direction. Hey, Carla! Jordan grinned and blew a strand of hair away from her very flushed face. Hi? She pointed at the guy. What are you doing? We're training, Ellie answered before letting the poor man go. Thanks, Mike. We're good for today. The enforcer nodded and rushed out of the back door. I'm running late for my shift, Ellie. I'll see you ladies next week. Carla moved closer to the yoga-geared women. Is a zombie apocalypse happening that I'm not aware of? The roar of Mike's bike sounded outside as he left the parking lot. Ellie laughed, tossing a towel at Jordan along with a water bottle. Nope. We decided we need to be better equipped to deal with more attacks, should they come. Cal nodded. Makes sense. I'd love to take some of those trainings too. Jordan practically bounced on her feet and did a karate chop. You should. It's really fun, and we're learning lots of new moves. I'm not getting taken down that easily again. Ellie's eyes flashed with anger. She'd taken a massive beating along with Jordan a few weeks back. Carla had felt bad seeing Ellie angry. It hurt all of them when one of them was injured. And Jordan had suffered enough in her life. She didn't deserve any more pain. You know, Kel turned to Carla, you should take a couple of these self-defense classes too. I mean, falling on your ass would be normal for you anyway. He grinned. Are you PMSing, Cal? She stuck her tongue out at him. Ellie and Jordan shook their heads at his suggestion. Jordan glanced down at Carla's belly. Our Carla is a lover, not a fighter. Carla growled. Is everyone out to tick me off today? Ellie grabbed her school bag, and they all headed outside. Never you, darling. You're just too quiet sometimes. We like to see a reaction. Carla smacked Ellie on her ass, making her friend gasp. There's your reaction.
I don't know if I should be watching this, Cal mumbled. But what the hell? Don't mind me.
Men, they all said at the same time. Jordan's car was closest. She unlocked the doors as they closed the distance toward Jordan's car. A forest green van passed in front of them. 3 men, growling and half-shifted, jumped out of the van, and then the van sped off. Cal, Jordan, and Ellie were ahead of Carla when everything went crazy. Chapter 5. "Car, stay back!" Ellie shouted and met one of the men head-on. She shifted to her black and white wolf, pushing the man with her paws on his chest. He landed on his back with a loud, hair-raising growl. Jordan was grabbed by one of the men around her waist from behind. That lasted all of a second. She stomped on his foot and yanked back one of his fingers until it broke. The sound of cracking bone filled the air along with the man's angry cry. Jordan turned the moment he released her. She swung hard and drew her claws deep into the man's face. His long blonde hair swung in a halo around him as he tried to pull his face away. He released a loud, angry growl and fully changed into a large gray wolf. Jordan shifted too. Carla couldn't believe how fast everything was moving. Her breaths tripped over each other in her chest. Nerves turned her fingers ice cold. She tried to keep it together, but fear wormed its way into her chest so fast it left her panting. Her brother fought the 3rd man, but Kel wasn't a shifter. The big half-wolf shoved her brother hard, slamming him against Ellie's car with a loud thump and the angry sound of shattering glass. She dug her hand into her cross-body bag, searching for a weapon. There. Mace. She glanced up, and the shifter ran for her. She wasn't a fighter, but she was ready. Well, as ready as she could be. She squeezed the mace Emma and Jordan harassed her into carrying around and sprayed the guy in the eyes. He jumped back, but it was too late. The liquid hit the mark. He growled and rubbed his eyes. Tears streamed down his face. His nose ran, and his face was twisted in pain. His reaction gave Kel enough time to rush the shifter and tackled him to the ground. Ellie and Jordan, along with the gray wolves they fought, were biting and scratching each other. All the wolves sported bites and claw marks. There was blood on all their coats, and Carla started to panic. From what she saw, both Ellie and Jordan had deep gashes over their torsos and on their muzzles. She had to do something to help, but what? She'd have to get in the thick of the fighting to spray the other animals and risk injury in the process. Not ideal, considering she'd be putting her child in harm's way. Plus, she really didn't know how to fight. She'd probably do more damage rushing in. The gray wolf fighting Jordan bit down on one of Jordan's hind legs, and she howled in pain. That did it. She couldn't let her friend suffer.
"Get out of here and stay safe,"
Kel ordered. Like hell. She might not be a violent person, but she wasn't a punk either. She couldn't leave her friends out there, fighting alone. She yanked out her cell phone and dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? Some teachers are being attacked at the back of our school by shifters. We need help, now. Calm down, ma'am. Please give me the address to your school. Carla gave the school address on her run to Jordan's car. I need you to repeat the address, ma'am. The operator's voice cut in and out. She rushed the words out and yanked Jordan's door open. Ma'am, please repeat. The line went dead. She glanced at her cell phone. Her battery had died. Frickin' hell! For a nonviolent person, she was ready to beat the crap out of the phone. With the press of a button, she popped the trunk and ran for the back of the car. If she knew one thing, it was that Jordan loved to carry around weapons to defend herself. After all the attacks on Jordan's life, Carla could certainly understand. But Carla came from a nonviolent family. A screwed up, but nonviolent family. Sure enough, There was a double-barrel shotgun in there. She was a decent shot, but with handguns, and only because Emma and Jordan considered going to the shooting range female bonding time. She had no idea how well she'd deal with a shotgun. But there was no time to think about it. She shoved some shells into the shotgun and picked up the loaded weapon. With a quickness she'd never thought she possessed, she pointed it at the shifter, slashing gashes at her brother. Poor Kel tried to throw punches in there, but the other guy was big and strong. Not to mention he had claws. Aim. Fire. Land on your ass. The kickback from the shotgun wasn't one she was used to, and sure enough, she landed on her ass from the force of the shot. But her efforts didn't go to waste. She hit the shifter on his shoulder. The sound drew the attention of the other two, and she scrambled to her knees to aim the shotgun one more time. There wasn't a chance to shoot. The two wolves and half-shifted man took off just as quickly as they'd attacked. She ran for her brother. He sat up with a moan. Multiple deep gashes covered his chest and bloodied his torn clothing.
"Oh my God, Kel! Are you okay?"
A loud sob choked the back of her throat. Tears ran down her face, blurring her vision. Great time for her hormones to show up.
"I'm fine. A little bruised and scratched is all."
He struggled to his feet and leaned on Ellie's car. She didn't believe him for a second. The amount of blood spoke of deep cuts. She couldn't even see clearly through his torn clothing, but knew he had to be hurting. She rushed back to Jordan's car and grabbed a couple of blankets and her furry-ass repair tote, also known as Fart. Knowing it was possible to shift at any given time, they all carried some blankets around to cover up if they tore through their clothes. Though Ellie and Jordan are cut up, they aren't groaning in pain, which tells her they might just be superficial wounds. Nor were they heavily bleeding any longer. Crouching down, she covered Ellie and then Jordan. That allowed the women to shift back to their human bodies. If only they'd had Mike stick around after the class, he'd have been able to help. Those few minutes meant her brother was wounded all over. Her gaze focused on Kel's cell on the floor next to him. He must have dropped it during the fight with the shifter. With a red battery light ready to give out, she took no chances with 911 and dialed Nate instead.
"Hey, beautiful."
His smooth voice calmed the near-frantic beating of her heart and pushed back the bile burning the back of her throat. "Where are you?" Anxiety coursed through her, causing her voice to tremble.
"Thirsty Wolf."
Damn it. Nate's bar sat across town almost 40 minutes away on a good traffic day. "I need you. Some wolves attacked when we were leaving the school." She said the words so fast they tripped over each other.
"Are you okay?"
His voice turned into a rough growl. She tried to choke back the fear over the amount of bleeding her brother had. "Yes, but Ellie, Jordan, and Kel need help. I tried to call 911 from my cell, but it died on me. The operator and I had connection issues."
"We'll be there soon."
"Hurry!" Nate's heart thundered hard in his chest as they sped to the school. All-consuming fear for his mate, for their child, and the rest of his family tore at his insides.
"She said they were fine, right?"
Jake asked from the driver's side.
"Yes. I sent some of our men who were in the area ahead to give them backup in case others showed up. Great time for Eric and Dad to be gone." "You know how this works. They had to show face at a leaders' council down south. If they didn't, it would have been seen as something negative on our behalf. The whole we're better than them attitude."
Jake growled and hit a speed bump, never slowing down.
"He's going to be pissed he wasn't here."
Shit. He was pissed he hadn't been there to defend the women from a new attack. They should have known that Rocco would send rogues out. Their helping Caleb was seen as siding with the enemy. Not that anyone in the wolf pack gave a shit about what Rocco or his lackeys thought. It took them 30 interminable minutes for them to reach the school. When they did, they caught sight of Ellie with a group of enforcers and Jordan sitting some yards away. Both scratched up, but okay. Both he and Jake jumped out of the vehicle in a rush. They reached Jordan, who was sitting on top of her car, wrapped up in a blanket.
"Are you okay?" Jake asked.
She nodded, pushing the hair away from her face. The movement revealed a long gash on the side of her face, dripping with blood. "I'm okay, but they can't find the guys anywhere." Jake turned to Nate.
"Go to Carla. I'm going to talk to the enforcers. I'll go search the area with them and scent the women's clothing to see if we can pick up anything. You stay with them, and I'll get back to you on what we find."
Nate nodded and glanced around. He stomped back and forth around the emergency vehicles, searching for Carla, but not seeing her anywhere. The wolf pushed at the skin, wanting loose. He growled and turned to Jordan, but she was being interrogated by some enforcers. He snarled. Fury soared inside him, explosive and dangerous. His mate. He had to see her, touch her, ensure she was safe. Fear for what could have happened created a red haze of wrath in his vision. He ran around in a circle, growling at the scent of blood. The bastards were gone. They'd escaped, and they'd hurt his family. Ellie ran toward him, blankets swinging around her legs. "She's in the ambulance. Kelvin was cut up pretty badly, but we're sure he'll be fine." The ambulance doors opened at that moment. Carla was helped down by a medic. She looked pale. His anger turned to concern she'd collapse.
"Carla!"
His voice thundered in the parking lot.
"Were you hurt?"
"No, I'm okay." Relief filled her brown eyes. He was happy his being there served to calm her. He drew her into his arms and buried his nose in her hair. Her scent immediately soothed the animal inside. He'd been pushing at the skin, restless. Her arms curled around his neck, and she slid her fingers into his hair. Pleasure filled him. She sighed, her warm breath caressing his neck.
"What did they say about Kel?"
"He'll need a few days to recover. He's saying he's fine. They're bandaging him up, and once they're done, I'm taking him home with me." She propelled back, meeting his gaze. "He'll be fine, right? He won't have some weird reaction to getting all scratched up, will he?"
"No, honey. Nothing strange should come from that."
He hated scenting her fear and concern. He wanted to make things better now. But there wasn't much anyone could do. Caleb's few men weren't enough to take down the army of rogues Rocco had amassed.
"I'll take you both home, and you can tell me what happened."
She nodded and leaned her head into the curve of his shoulder. He glanced up and caught Ellie motioning for Carla and Nate to join them. "We were given the all-clear." She smiled. Thank God. He loved his sister to death and would go crazy if she were badly injured again. "I have a crummy bite, but the medic said I just have to shift a few times and I'll be fine." Jordan pouted. She scrunched her nose and wiggled her bandaged foot before looking up. "Anyone want to volunteer to come over and cook for me?"
"How about you all come with us, and I'll cook?"
Nate offered. Ellie grinned. "I accept for all of us. We need food." "And wine," Jordan added with a wince. Her shoulders drooped on a sigh. "Most of us need wine anyway." His cell phone rang. A peek at the screen showed it was exactly the person he wanted to talk to.
"Hey, Mom."
"I just heard. Is everyone okay?" his mom asked in a rush.
"Yeah. Kelvin was the one with the nastiest cuts. We're all heading to Carla's house."
He toyed with a long dark strand of her hair as he spoke.
"I'll be right there." "I was hoping you'd say that. They're all hungry."
His mother's burst of laughter tugged at his heart.
"I'll bring food." "You're the best, Mom."
"Oh, I know. Tell Jordan she better give Eric a call before he hears about it from someone else and decides to fly back tonight thinking she's been badly injured." He glanced at Jordan and saw her on her cell phone.
"I think she's already on that." "Thanks. It will be a while before we get there. Jake is sending the women's clothing to see if he picks up anything familiar. He's going to search the area with the other enforcers to see if he finds anything. We decided I'd stay with Carla, Ellie, and Jordan for peace of mind. See you in a bit.
Did you recognize any of them? Nate's mom asked everyone sitting on the different forest green sofas spread over Carla's large living area. No, was the consensus. Their scents weren't familiar at all, Mom, Ellie said, sipping from her wine and leaning back into the super soft cushions. I definitely haven't seen them before. Jordan sat sideways on the sofa. When he arrived at the scene, Nate had already arranged for some of the enforcers to check out the area and make sure that the men who had attacked weren't around. They weren't, but by not recognizing their scents, they had no idea who the men were. Carla leaned into his side, her head resting on the curve of his neck. She'd been quiet for a while now, and had eaten very little.
All I know is I need to enroll in some of those classes you ladies have been taking, Kel grunted. I got my ass handed to me tonight by a mutt.
Ellie laughed. Shifter, there's a difference. We can kick ass.
Obviously.
Kel grimaced and moved to a better position on his recliner.
Sign me up for the next boot camp. I'll gladly take a beating from an instructor if it means I don't get torn into like a damn toy the next time those guys show up.
Kel, I have the perfect instructor for you, Nate's mom said. Uh-oh. Nate knew where she was going.
Mom.
She gave her best wide-eyed innocent stare. What? We have great instructors. Cut it out with the matchmaking, Ellie chastised. I never said I was going to matchmake, she said, turning toward the kitchen. They all knew better, though. Barbara Wolf was the ultimate matchmaker, and nothing as pesky as free will would ever stop her. Kel lifted a brow in question. From what he mentioned in their conversation about his past, Nate didn't think he'd want to get set up any time soon. Kel had already had an ex-girlfriend who dumped him for some other guy.
Just be careful who she gets to be your instructor. We have a couple of female enforcers, and you will end up mated and married before the summer is over if Mom has her way.
Kel raised his hands, shaking his head in mock horror.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, Jordan snorted. Good luck trying to get her to understand that one. The only reason I'm not pregnant yet is because she can't talk my ovaries into doing her bidding. If she could, I'd be in deep shit. Everyone laughed at the panic in Jordan's voice. Nate glanced down at his quiet mate and realized she'd fallen asleep. He carried her to bed, removed her clothes, and covered her with a blanket. When he returned to the living room, only his mother remained.
Where are Ellie and Jordan?
She smiled and sat down next to him on the sofa. They went home. The poor things were feeling tired and said their body aches urged them to shift.
And Kel?
She patted his knee and turned to face him. He said those painkillers were finally taking effect, and he was going to bed.
Do you need me to take you home?
She laughed. Like you would leave your maid and child alone after what just happened. She patted his cheek. But it's a lovely offer.
I'd take you home if you need, Mom. I'd drive like a bat out of hell, but I'd take you.
He chuckled when she clucked her tongue. I'm not trying to die young. His mother was too much.
Fine. Ask what you want to know, then.
What's going on here? I sense you and Carla aren't where you should be for a pair ready to welcome some babies into the world.
Wait, what? What do you mean, babies? I scented the change. Only heard one heartbeat. How do you come up with multiples?
She sighed. Son, you are... what do you young people call it? Oh, yes, a noob. I know sense. I know babies. You're having multiples. His heart stopped and he swallowed hard.
How many is multiple?
2 or 3. They're very in sync, so it's hard to say. But definitely more than 1.
Holy shit.
He wondered if he should tell Carla. She was still getting used to the idea of having him around. If she got any overwhelming news, it could be stressful for her.
"Son?"
She laughed.
"You look kind of pale." "No, I'm okay. This is exciting. Shocking, but exciting."
Finding out he was going to be a father to multiples was definitely something he wasn't expecting. One thing was for sure. He would do anything to ensure his mate's safety. That meant he'd work double time to help Caleb get rid of the rogues in the area.
"Anything else on your mind?"
His mom gave him that knowing look she'd used when he was a kid and couldn't figure something out by himself.
"I don't know how to close the space between us. I sense her holding back."
It pained him to say it, but it was true. His feelings for Carla had grown with the years he'd known her, but he always sensed a wall on her side, like she kept herself at an emotional distance. She nodded.
"I understand.
It's probably something to do with the way she was raised." He frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"She's mentioned a time or two how her mother chased after men all through her youth, to the point she would spend all her money giving men whatever they wanted in hopes they'd stick around."
"That's sad. But we're not in that situation."
Not even a little. Though he'd been busy with Caleb, he'd been very clear he wanted to be with her.
"Really?"
She raised her pale brows high. "How much time have you spent with her since the scenting ceremony?"
"Not much, but
we're working on that."
"Right.
And don't you think that's the first door that needs to open for your new relationship to grow? Why should she take your word that you'll be around as anything special?" It went without saying.
"She's my mate."
"She's scared." His mother smiled sympathetically. "She's never seen a man stick around for her mother. What makes you think she'll think you will for her?" He didn't know how to respond to that. The men in his family held their mates and children as the most important part of their lives. He couldn't understand how Carla didn't see that.
"What do I do?"
"Give her time. But be there for her."
"Words?"
She shrugged. "They're easy to say. Actions speak louder, son. Your mate needs proof that you're not going anywhere. Treat her like what she is, your equal. Involve her in what you do to the point she knows she's an important part of your life, that she's not a bother."
"I'm trying. But with more rogues showing up in Caleb's land, I want to help rid of them. I don't want her or our children in danger."
"I know. Follow your instinct when it comes to your mate, Nate. She wants you to want to be with her without her asking. That means you must spend time with her. Or that wall she's erected, it'll only keep growing." He thought about her words and resolved to make changes in order for Carla to see his conviction for their relationship. Things weren't going to be easy, but as long as he could find a way to help her embrace their future as a family, he'd take that as a start. Her skepticism was deeply rooted. It clearly meant she held on to her past experiences as a shield to stop herself from letting him into her heart. He needed to know where it stemmed from in order to help her see his commitment. Chapter 6. Carla woke up to the smell of food again. Nate had stayed the night, and she hadn't even noticed. She groaned and turned away from the sunlight.
"Rise and shine."
He chuckled.
"Come on, baby. You can't still be tired."
"You're an evil, evil man. Why must you sound so chipper this early in the morning?" She groaned.
"I have food."
He rubbed his beard growth over her cheek. A smile split her lips. She liked that he was attentive. "You might live to see another day, then." She flipped on her back and pushed the hair away from her face. Sure enough, he brought a tray with orange juice and toasted English muffins. Her favorite. He even brought her favorite orange jam. And she was out, which meant he had to have bought a jar. "Did you go out to buy jam?"
"I couldn't leave you alone. I sent one of the enforcers to pick some up for you. He dropped it off earlier."
She blinked, holding the juice midway to her mouth. "You had someone buy me jam and bring it over?" He nodded, face clear, then he smiled to indicate he hadn't joked.
"Yeah."
"But they have important things to do. They don't need to be running errands." The bright light of his wolf glowed in his eyes.
"You're important to me. That's enough."
She gulped and sat up. "I think I'm being spoiled." He sat on the bed across from her and leaned in, shocking her with a gentle kiss.
"I'm certainly going to try."
It was times like that she fought the idea her mother had tried to instill in her about men lying about sticking around. Carla hadn't placed any demands on Nate, not even about their child. Yet there he was, willingly doing things to make her comfortable. That had to count for something.
"I need to talk to you about something."
His lips had flattened into a thin line, and his brow arched down into a deep V. Holy shit. Something was definitely wrong. She gripped her sheet, not wanting to display her shaking hands. "Okay." He passed her a glass of juice and met her gaze.
"You're pregnant."
Okay." She laughed. Anxiety laced his words. She laughed again, harder. She'd been worrying for this. All the knots of fear that formed in her stomach disappeared suddenly. "I'm sorry. I think I knew that already. I thought we established I'm carrying baby Spot." His brows rose.
"Baby Spot?"
"I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, and Jordan claimed baby Furball for her future children." She shrugged, uncurling her hands from the fabric and letting out a breath. "Besides, I like calling you Spot."
"Baby, you can call me whatever makes you happy."
She liked him being accommodating. Next, she'd ask him to strip and see if that got her anywhere. Talk about feeling frisky. The days-old beard and messy hair looked fantastic on him, like he was ready to roll back into bed with her. Those piercing eyes held her entranced.
"But about baby Spot."
Right, the baby. Damn, she'd gone off and started visualizing running her nails down Nate's body. Those abs and curling her hand around his long, hard cock. "Yeah?" He grinned. Shit. He probably smelled how turned on she was getting. But he looked good. And she really wanted to lick her way up and down his body until she'd tasted every inch of him. He shifted, and her gaze dropped to his arms. Strong arms. Arms that had held her legs tight in his hold while he licked her pussy. Oh, no. Her mind had lost all train of thought. Now all she could think of was him, between her legs, bringing her back to bliss. She took a swallow of her juice and continued to daydream.
"I think you should know it's probably multiples."
Yes, she'd love multiple orgasms. Wait, they'd been talking about baby Spot. Oh, shit. Those words shocked her brain into full function. She almost choked on her juice. He handed her a napkin to cough into.
"Are you okay?"
"You couldn't say that once I'd swallowed the juice?"
"Sorry. But yeah, multiples."
"How do you know? I haven't even been to a doctor yet."
"Mom. She called me a noob and said she can tell."
She laughed through her coughs, imagining Barbara calling him the common gamer term. She didn't even want to know how Barbara knew that word. "And she's sure?" Like an alpha female of her caliber would make that kind of information up. Carla knew she was probably right. She was one part of multiples herself, so why not?
"Yeah."
He caressed her cheek softly, with a gentleness she couldn't help but lean into.
"You're okay with this?"
He was worried about her. The thought spread warmth through her heart. Only Kel had ever worried about her. She put the cup on the tray on her night table and smiled at him. There was the glow again, the animal inside him just below the surface. She loved it. Yes, I can handle it. And she would. The prospect of having his baby went from scary to exciting. She couldn't wait to meet the miniature versions of the two of them. Babe. You're not in this alone. She let the feelings of her contentment lead her actions. Arousal flared in her blood. Thick. Hot. Slowly turning her need for him urgent. She twined her fingers into his hair and yanked his head down. Lips met, and passion exploded between them. It was always like that. Like what she imagined as the Big Bang. A combination of dangerous atoms finally uniting to create a new world. Their world. Something about the moment. She couldn't say if it was her desire to belong to him, or just his own wild side calling to a part of her she didn't know existed. But she lost all sense of patience. With a sharp tug, he fell on the bed with her. Her blood heated with urgency. She twisted in his hold, pushing him on his back and straddling his hips, never breaking their connection. Muscles shifted under the t-shirt she tried to jerk off his body. The hard bar of his cock pressed between her legs. She whimpered and wanted. Oh, she wanted him bad. More than her next breath, or even more than she'd ever wanted another man in her life. Reality was, she'd never allowed her feelings to control her. But right then and there, she was powerless to anything but her need. Mouths separated, and he locked his glowing molten gold eyes on hers. And then he did one of the sexiest things ever. He tore off his t-shirt like it was a piece of paper. Material shredded, and in seconds the shirt was all but in tatters. She scooted back and helped him get rid of the jeans. Then she was on him again, rocking her pussy over his cock. "Sweetheart," he groaned. "That's fucking hot. But I want you naked." His sharp claws shredded her sleepwear and cut through the sides of her panties. Her very damp panties. He pulled away the torn pieces from her crotch, leaving her completely bare above him. This. He cupped her breasts and set to flicking his thumbs on her sensitive nipples. "Is what I wanted." A slow lick of his lips, and he pushed her breasts together to lick back and forth between the two. God! A lightning-fast tremor raced down her body, making her wiggle over him. She moaned and rocked her hips in a way his cock slipped and slid between her pussy lips. Her cream coated him and turned his stiff shaft slick, ready to fill her. She lifted off his hips and grabbed his hard length with one hand, while leveraging herself on the hand pressing on his chest. He gripped her hips with his large hands and helped her drop slowly on his dick. Breath struggled past her throat with each inch she slid down. This position put her in charge, and she liked it. Her pussy walls fluttered around his cock. Much thicker than he'd been last time. Longer, too. It went on that way, with her struggling to breathe until he was fully embedded in her. Deep. So good. Christ. His groan mirrored her moan of pleasure. Their gazes locked, and she lifted and dropped again. And again. She coupled the riding with some rocking. With a moan, she ground her pussy on his pelvis and scratched her nails down his chest. He growled. Fucking hell. God, he felt damn good. Like a fire that just kept growing and growing inside her. He helped her ride him, cupping her and squeezing her ass cheeks in his hands. Every ride up and down felt like she was being branded from inside, his cock hot and hard. A small shift, and he rubbed her in a different spot. It turned into too much, too perfect. Her back bowed and her body trembled. but he only lifted and dropped her faster, harder, until she screamed his name as the orgasm tore through her. He was suddenly there with her, riding the waves of release, growling loud as she felt her body float on spasms of bliss. His cock jerked in her channel and filled her with his seed. It took her a moment to realize she was digging her nails into his chest. He held her hips hard. She'd probably have fingerprints for days. Who cared? The ride had been worth any sex bruises she obtained. He grinned, the glow in his eyes slowly fading with the animal. "Come here." She dropped to his chest, curling on his hot body with him still deep inside. Her legs shook at his sides. "If you keep doing this to me, I think I'll end up unable to walk." He barked a deep chuckle. The sound turned her heart to mush, and any thoughts of resistance melted on the spot. Like the huge chocolate bar Jordan had bought her, which she had tried to eat in tiny pieces, but had downed in less than 2. Fucking Spot? The mutt was addictive. "What?" He trailed his fingers up and down her back. "You know you liked it." "I loved it. Every single moment. But I think it will be a while before my legs stop shaking." "I'll carry you around then." "That works. Can we do this again after my nap?" She yawned, suddenly tired. "You just woke up," he murmured into her hair. "You tired me out." She sighed sleepily. "I should move." He tightened his hold on her. "I love being with you, in you, and you have to understand that it's never going to change." She wasn't sure she believed that, but a piece of her heart was warming up to the idea. Chapter 7. Carla woke up to the sound of laughter coming from her kitchen, and the urge to vomit. Thanks a lot, baby Spot. Well, at least the day could only get better from there, right? When she got to the kitchen, she found Jordan, Ellie, Nicole, and Emma sitting around the dinner table eating. "Hey, there's the sexy mama." Emma grinned, waving her wineglass toward Carla. Shit, how long had she slept? And more importantly, how much had Emma had to drink? Her eyes had that glassy look to them with her cheeks tinged pink. "What time is it?" Carla smiled, enjoying the scent of lemon and honey drifting to her nose from the tea Barbara passed her. "Dinner time." Jordan pulled the biscuit apart. "You slept a long time, girl." "I guess I didn't realize I was that tired." Or that sex with Nate would drain her this much. But who the hell cared when she'd felt that good? She'd give up sleep if it meant multiple orgasms with the muscled shifter. "Did you guys see Kel leave?" "He went home, said he'd take a shower and come back later. And Nate went over to Caleb's to see if there was anything he could help with in the immediate area," Ellie said, answering the real question Carla wanted to ask. "Thanks. I wonder if Kel was feeling any better." She drank more of the tea that calmed her stomach. "He said he was, and he looked well rested. He also said to let you know Cass was on her way." "Awesome. That's not what she wanted to hear." Her sister coming for a visit when her world had been flipped on its axis wasn't her idea of a fun time. "Not that I don't love you all, because I do, but what are you all doing here anyway?" It's man-bashing night." Nicole cheered so loud Carla winced, clinking glasses with Emma, another who'd had more than one glass.
"Mrs. Wolf?"
Emma turned to Barbara with a frown.
"Mason is a big bully."
Oh, brother. It began. Carla ate toast while listening to Emma's complaints over Mason. She couldn't stop herself from putting her friend on the spot. "What did you do now?" Emma lifted an arched brow high, leaning forward. What do you mean, what did I do?
Barbara patted Carla's hand. Mason is a hardhead.
Thank you.
Emma sniffed, leaned back on her seat, and sipped her wine.
He is a hardhead, and he keeps kicking me out of his club.
Everyone turned to stare at Emma. Barbara cleared her throat. The horny wolf?
Yep. He says that place is dangerous for me. Me.
She rolled her eyes and pursed her lips.
Well,
Jordan's face turned a deep shade of telltale crimson. I got in trouble the last time I was there, too. Nicole snorted through a giggle. Yeah, but I think the kind of trouble you got into is the kind we like. Emma refilled her glass.
Mrs. Wolf, tell him to stop being such a bonehead and leave me alone. I'm just observing.
Carla knew Emma wanted Mason, probably as much as she wanted Nate. It was fun to see the two butt heads constantly. With as difficult as Emma was, Nate had it easy with Carla. She wasn't bent on kicking ass. Nope. She was only emotionally closed off and afraid to open up. Damn. Maybe Nate didn't have it all that easy. I'll give it a try, Emma, Barbara promised, placing baked chicken on the table. But my boys can be really difficult at times. Emma's face scrunched in frustration.
If he doesn't quit it, I'll have to get violent with him.
I'll drink to that, Nicole murmured. I may have to get violent with whoever keeps peeping around my windows at night. Are you being stalked? Carla sat up straighter. Nicole's breezy grin didn't sound fearful. In fact, she appeared glad to have someone looking through her windows. Nicole shook her head. She grabbed a biscuit and moaned at the fresh-baked scent. Nah, it's Jake. He thinks I don't know, but I do have security cameras placed strategically around my house.
Ah,
Ellie sighed.
He's worried about you.
Nicole picked up a corn on the cob to put on her plate. I like the term stalking better. Ellie's phone went off at that moment. The sound of she-wolf filled the dining room.
It's Mason.
She frowned, glancing at her screen.
He says to come get Carla because she's rubbing between two young wolves, and Nate is on his way there from Thirsty Wolf. He's trying to keep the two young guys alive.
What? If Nate was at Thirsty Wolf, then that meant he was working at his own bar instead of hunting with Caleb. He'd been neglecting his business, trying to help his friend get his pack back. Carla would offer to help him with the bar, but she didn't want him to think she was overstepping boundaries. Ellie's words finally caught her attention. Wait a second. What did you say? Ellie shrugged in her oversized top.
Let me call him. He's probably drunk and hitting on women.
Emma folded her arms over her chest. They don't get drunk, dear. Barbara smiled. And I doubt he'd hit on anyone else. Ellie put the phone to her ear.
Hey, what's up?
Did you get cloned and not tell us about it? Jordan toyed with Carla's ponytail. Cloned? Oh, no. Her sister was already wreaking havoc in her life. We have to go. She rushed to her feet. Good thing she was already dressed, even though it was in yoga pants and t-shirt. They didn't have time to waste.
Let's go.
Emma stood.
I'm ready to give Mason a piece of my mind for being such a dickhead.
Jordan snorted. Just as long as you don't give him a piece of something else in the process.
Jordan!
She grinned. I'm just saying. Ellie hung up.
Okay, he says he swears Carla is getting her groove on at his club, and Nate's going to be there any minute. Apparently, Mason is trying to keep some human teens from entering the club, so he has his hands full and didn't get a chance to speak to the Carla on the dance floor. He said Nate's left Thirsty Wolf to come see what the commotion is. Mason said he's trying to stop the impending bloodshed.
Come on, I'll fill you in on our way. It's not a clone. They would probably be easier to handle than Cass. Remember that sister I told you all I don't talk to?
Well, we're sort of identical.
Uh-oh.
Nicole rushed behind them out the door. I sense family drama story coming. Carla lived closest to the horny wolf. It didn't take them long to get there. Nate's bar, Thirsty Wolf, was furthest from her, but he had been on his way before her. When they arrived, the place was packed. The doorman took a look at Ellie and Barbara and moved out of the way. Music bounced off the walls. Lights blinked in a way that could give anyone a seizure. She could hardly hear herself think through the noise of the crowd and booming bass beats. Fighting her way toward the dance floor, she arrived in time to see Nate approach the dance floor from the other side, moving in on Cass. Cass rolled her hips between the two men, allowing them to grind into her crotch and ass. She wiggled her chest. Her breasts bounced in the tiny material that barely covered her large assets. She curled one arm around the guy behind her, while at the same time tugging the one in front of her until there was no room between the three of them.
"Does he really think it's you?"
Emma yelled. "Not if he knows me." She watched him shove people out of the way. A fierce frown dipped between his brows. Breaths froze in her chest. Nate, her Nate, was walking up to Cass, and the thought of him anywhere near her sister hurled the acidic taste of bile from the pit of her stomach to the back of her throat.
"Let's get up there."
Ellie moved up behind her.
"Hang on a second. I want to see what he's going to do."
She'd lost a lot of boyfriends in her youth to Cass. They were identical, after all, but this was the first time she worried what Nate would think when he realized there was another person who looked exactly like Carla out there. Cass had played the "I'm the sexier sister" all their youth, and each one of Carla's boyfriends had fallen hook, line, and sinker for her. They'd gone from being with Carla to being a new diversion for Cass. The insecurity from her youth tried to push up to the surface. "This is stupid. You're the one he wants. He'll know it's not you the minute he reaches them," Jordan argued. "He'll scent it." Maybe. Or maybe the scent of booze, sweat, and sex would disguise the difference. It was stupid, but she wanted to see what his reaction would be to Cass. Her breath faltered in her chest when he reached the trio. He tapped Cass on the arm to get her attention and said something. "What'd he say?" She asked no one in particular. "He's asking her who she is," Barbara answered. Her sister took that moment to smile widely at the big, sexy shifter and threw herself in his arms.
"What the hell?"
Nicole shoved closer, almost screaming in Carla's ear. The sound, coupled with the loud music, started a massive migraine in her head. Ellie and Jordan burst into laughter.
"She gets points for originality,"
Jordan giggled.
"Gotta hand it to her. We thought men had corny pickup lines, but she just outdid them all."
Ellie chortled.
She told him she was his wet dream come to life.
Carla's normally pacifist attitude went out the window watching Nate try to peel her sister off him. Not in this lifetime. She shoved people aside, her mind tuned only to Nate and Cass. She stomped her way to the center of the dance floor. "Cass, get off him!" Cass released Nate and turned to face Carla. Her long dark hair hung super straight to her elbows, where Carla's frizzy strands were being held up in a messy ponytail. Cass wore a white mini with spiked-heeled sandals and a peekaboo see-through baby blue top. She looked like she always did, ready to try her hand at seduction. Meanwhile, Carla couldn't tell if her sweats were stain-free or not. Oh yes, and she had on sneakers in the middle of a club dance floor. "Shit, they really do look the same," Emma muttered. "I'm the pretty one." Cass grinned and pointed toward Ellie and Barbara. "Let me guess. The Wolf family Kel talked so much about?" She waved to Emma and Nicole. "And you're the other little teachers Carly works with." Carly. She hated the name, and Cass knew it. It's why she continued to call her that after all those years. The single fist fight they'd ever had when they were children had been caused by the horrible nickname. Carla hated it, but there was no stopping Cass when she knew something bothered Carla. She had continued to use it, and would because she knew it annoyed Carla. Emma growled. "Did she say little?" "Why are you here?" Carla went straight to the point. "Carly, you always were the boring one of the trio. I was going to your house when I met these awesome guys on the road. They said this was the hottest club in town." She glanced at Nate and licked her lips, grabbing hold of his t-shirt. "I gotta say, I've never seen this many sexy men in the same room. They have this whole primal sexiness going." Jordan growled. "They could tear you to pieces, too." She tried to ignore the hazy red that covered her vision. No matter how much she counted to 10 and back, or all the woo sass in the world she mentally repeated, Cass still had her hands on Nate, and he was trying very politely to tug her off. "Let him go." "Come on, sis. Relax already." "Sis?" Nate's face tightened. He was angry. They hadn't spoken about the fact she was a triplet or her annoying sister yet. In her defense, she was just now spending more time with him. How was she supposed to know Cass was going to show up at the Horny Wolf out of all the places she could have gone to? He gave her a look that spoke volumes. Her heart skipped a beat. She hated for him to think she was keeping things from him on purpose. It was hard to open up. Perspiration gathered in her palms. Rubbing her hands on the sides of her sweatpants, she tried to keep herself from slapping her sister's hands away from her man. "Cass, let go of him and let's go." Carla tried to hold on to her patience. Seeing her sister continue to try to grab Nate was really pissing her off. "But I was just having some fun." She tried to close the distance between her and Nate, but he managed to keep her at bay even though she was clutching his shirt. "What the hell is wrong with you?" The growl left her throat before she could stop it. Not that she would. "You don't know him. Do you even care if he's in a relationship?" The people surrounding them stopped to watch her, but she didn't care. "Geez, Carly, what bug crawled up your ass?" "This is just like you, Cass," she threw back. "You are so self-involved you don't stop to consider anyone else but yourself. What the hell are you doing here anyway?" "Oh, come on, Carly." She grinned, yanking on the material of Nate's shirt. "You're such a baby. Live a little." "I said let him go," she growled, tired of Cass touching her wolf. "Let him go. Now." There. It finally happened. As much as she tried for it not to, she finally lost her temper. It wasn't something that happened often, but when it did, watch it. A smile spread over Nate's face. She glared at him. "What are you smiling at?" He moved to her side, curling an arm around her to lead her off the dance floor. "I think we should get out of here now. You and I have to talk." Cass giggled behind her. "Always selfish, Carly. We could have shared." "Yeah, right." She'd rather tie Nate up and hide him from the world before she let Cass lay another hand on him. He was hers. Don't ask where she got this whole need to claim him when he was the shifter, but Nate was the only man she'd ever felt strongly for. There was no way she'd let her player sister mess with what they had going. She rode back to her house in Nate's truck. Cass chose to ride with Jordan, Ellie, Nicole, and Barbara, leaving them alone during the ride. She'd found it hard to say much since anger still fired her veins. Her temper simmered, ready to explode on her sister. Cass truly had no shame. It was a sad state to see Cass throw herself at Nate without a second's hesitation. "I'm going back to the bar, but first I need to know something." He twined their fingers together, brought them up to his lips, and kissed the back of her hand.
Why didn't you tell me you had a sister?
She shrugged, worried her lip, and watched the others enter the house, leaving them alone in quiet coolness of his truck. I don't like talking about my family much. As far as I'm concerned, Kel is the only person who cares about me. His brows curved down in a concerned frown. She felt more comfortable talking to him when he didn't laugh off her frustration with Cass. After being used to always holding things inside, it was great to speak to someone about her sister and not be told she was being mean as some friends had in her youth. Right at that moment, something opened up and told her to trust him. She'd been lying to herself for a long time now. Knew she had deeper feelings for Nate that she'd been unwilling to admit even to herself. But it was seeing Cass near him, seeing her touching the only man Carla had ever truly wanted with more than just lust that sealed it.
I care about you, too. More than you realize.
He squeezed her hand.
Stop fighting it. You know deep inside what I'm saying is true.
He leaned forward, cupping her cheek with his other hand.
Sometimes we need to take chances in life. I won't make any promises. You'll see for yourself what I mean. I won't let you down.
She had trouble finding the words to speak. He had truly been doing a great job at talking to her more. There was unending patience from him when he dealt with her. But fear, God, how she hated feeling vulnerable with him, kept her from opening up some more. Time would tell. Lips met in a kiss, a tender meeting of more than mouths. It was an awakening of feelings she'd been desperately trying to fight. Each brush unlocked a new hidden area in her heart, until her entire body felt overcome with more than lust, a deeper urge, past the wanting of flesh on flesh, past the sizzle of arousal. The feeling, much stronger than anything she'd ever felt before, unlocked doorways and poked at an area she'd not given much use to. The area she'd hidden away love in order not to get hurt. Nate, with his kisses and sexy words, had coaxed that tenuous feeling to the surface. Carla waved her friends goodbye. It had taken everyone a single back-and-forth look between the sisters to know an argument was brewing. Jordan and Ellie suggested they head home and call it a night on account of Emma and Nicole needing to sleep off all the wine they'd drunk. Her friends were a bit tipsy and would be dropped off since they hadn't driven their own cars. Braced with as much patience as she could muster, she turned to Cass, who sat on a sofa with her feet curled under her.
So?
Cass lifted a dark brow. If it bothers you to have me here, I can go.
No, you don't have to go. I'm just surprised you're here. I mean, you and I never talk. You talk to Kel more than me. I'm not really sure what it is you want from me.
Her sister's features, which mirrored her own, were set in sad lines. Mom has been going through a rough time.
Oh?
Carla really didn't want to hear her mother's latest problems, but didn't want to sound rude either. She's been sick, and her boyfriend left with the money she'd gotten from Kel. Her brother had always been soft when it came to their mother. He'd been sending her small amounts of money to help her get by. Even though he knew she used it on men, he still sent her money for her bills and expenses. He was a good son. Carla was better at ignoring than him. Though their mother had gotten to her a few times, she'd been good about keeping a distance and not letting her pressure Carla into sending money she'd only used to buy off men. I'm sorry to hear that. She sat down across from Cass, crossing her arms over her chest. The last time she'd spoken to her mother, she'd been sick with guilt over not sending her money for a full week. It went against her nature not to help. But all her mom had ever done was emotionally drag her down until she felt so low she gave in, reminding her of how much she'd done for her as a child, Things most parents had to do for their children were things her mother considered privileges. She'd hated having kids and wished she'd aborted them. That was a conversation she'd never forget. Cass sighed dramatically. Yes, and I lost the job I had. Now that was a first. Cass had never worked from what she knew. You had a job? She smiled, leaned forward, and winked. Well, it was more of a pastime. I was between boyfriends, and they were giving me money to do what I wanted. Figured. And what happened? She shrugged. One caught me with the other and didn't like it. She tossed her hair over her shoulder. I don't understand why men get possessive. It's not like I promised either one I'd marry him. She could feel herself get angry at the insensitive way Cass treated people. Maybe they didn't want to be played with. Whatever. It wasn't that big of a deal. Men play with women all the time. It's about time someone showed them we're not toys. Carla bit her tongue to keep from tossing out a couple of choice words. Not all men are the same. She stopped. Not all men were the same. Nate wasn't like the men she'd grown up around. She'd seen that. Yet she continued to fight what she knew was the truth. Instinct told her to give the man a chance. God damn it. Her heart told her to give him a break, to trust him and allow their relationship to flourish. But insecurity pushed her to close her eyes to what was obvious and ignore it. With Cass there now, a relationship with Nate sounded like a far-fetched idea. Anyway, Cass stopped and guzzled a glass of wine before finishing her request. I need some money. Okay. She didn't understand. Surely Cass knew Carla wasn't rich and didn't have money like that. Well, Dad left all of us some money in his estate. Kel told me he's been managing yours and that it's doubled in the time he's been investing. Again, she didn't understand where Cass was going. So? So, dear sister, I need you to loan me some money. Though, to be honest, it may take a long while before you see it back. You should just gift it to me instead. She grinned as if she weren't actually telling her to give her money. They'd never been close to begin with. Far from. So for her to act like asking Carla for money wasn't a big deal really ticked her off. Are you out of your fucking mind? Carla jumped to her feet. Hands curled into fists. What makes you think I'd give you money? No need to get all angry. I really need it. I'm your sister. How could you just ignore the fact I need you? The anger she'd been tamping down flared out of control. She moved away from Cass before she punched the slick smile off her face and started pacing around her sofa, mentally counting to 10 and back. You're my sister and haven't taken a moment to care about anyone but yourself in as long as I can remember. Kel and I have lived here for years, and you have ignored us both. Unless it's something that benefits you, you don't bother. Cass's face twisted in rage. She jerked forward on the sofa, back arrow straight and nails curled into her knees. Can you blame me? You two left me behind like a bag of days-old garbage. I wasn't good enough to be with the two of you. That's not true. You chose to stay with Laura. She's your mother. She's never acted like it. She's never acted like family, she hurled back. Pain and disappointment for the mother and sister she would never be close to loosened her tongue. For that fact, neither have you. So you deserted me? Her bottom lip trembled as if she were getting ready to cry. But the fire in her eyes spoke of the anger she was trying for Carla not to see. You leave me behind and take Kel, the only other sibling I have, and get angry when I come here because I need you. No seas así, manita. What do you mean don't be like that? She ground her teeth hard, waiting to hear the sound of her jaw breaking. I need you. Stop being such a bitch. Dios mío. She threw her hands up before slapping them down on the back of the sofa in front of her. She clawed at the material to keep from launching herself at Cass and punching her in the face. She was not a violent person, damn it. You have some nerve. I've never asked you for shit. I've sent you Christmas cards. I've sent you birthday presents every year, hoping that you'd take a step to come closer to us. I've called you enough times through the years, Kel thought you'd surely call me back at some point. You never did. I gave up trying. You say this now, but you never wanted to be with us, a part of us. It was what Cass wanted or nothing. I've been busy. I have a life. Her lips twisted in an angry pout, and her eyes shimmered with cool detachment. I don't care. For too many years, I was hanging on to every email I sent you, every letter or card, hoping that you'd come or call or return my messages. Fury bubbled up inside Carla. Her voice grew louder, angrier. Rage threatened to make her say things she'd later regret. But you didn't. You have been very clear in what is important, and I am not it. It doesn't matter. The past is the past. Cass lifted a shoulder with little care. I need you now. It matters to me. I don't care how much you need money. She hated that she sounded heartless, but she was through being treated like a convenience by Cass and Laura. I don't have money. And if I do have money, then it will go to my children. Cass opened her angry brown eyes wide. What about me? What about you? Carla paced behind the sofa she'd been sitting on. What will I do? She turned to meet Cass's angry glare with her own. What most normal people do to earn money. Get a job. Stomping away from Cass and the conversation that had brought her blood pressure through the roof, she tried to ignore the pain pinching at her heart. She'd known that Cass wanted something, but it hurt. Oh, yes, it hurt to know that her sister cared so little, that she truly had only Kel when it came to family. She slammed her bedroom door closed and wrapped her arms around her waist. It was okay. Her babies would be able to depend on her. From the looks of it, Nate wanted to be a full-time dad, too. She hoped she could spare her children the past experiences she'd lived. You can stay in the guest room down the hall, but don't expect any money from me, she yelled and threw the bedroom door shut. After a long shower, she found herself sitting at the edge of her bed, thinking about the future, about Nate. It was time to stop letting her insecurities control her. She needed to talk to him. He'd been considerate and nice toward her. And the reality was, she had feelings, deep feelings for the shifter that went to the most scarred areas of her heart. His mother and family had been wonderful toward her. She couldn't deny that Nate would not only make a great father, but a great mate. Not that he'd said that, but she hoped if things went that way, they could make it work. If they didn't, God help both of them. Chapter 8. Carla sighed as she opened her front door. She'd let the others talk her into hot yoga again. She didn't think she'd ever become a fan of the stuff. It was great for bonding between her friends, but she had trouble with a lot of the poses. Some of those moves showed her just how inflexible she was. Last night, she'd argued with Cass, and Nate had been back in the helping Caleb role, so she'd been left alone. Again. But she wasn't going to dwell on that. She was going to go take a nice bath in some of the unscented bubble bath Ellie had gifted her, and sleep for at least 10 hours, or God help her, she'd be Godzilla in the morning. She took 3 steps into the living room and stopped dead at the side in front of her. It was a naked couple having sex on her sofa. Her sofa. Cass? Her sister stopped riding the guy under her like she wanted to win best time at the rodeo, and shifted enough to glance at her over her shoulder. Carla got a look at the man taking part in the molestation of her couch. Charlie? She couldn't believe her coworker was being ridden like a pony by her sister. Carla? His eyes went saucer-wide with shock as he swung back and forth between her and Cass. Who are you? Cass grinned. I told you I was your dirtiest dream come true. Get off my sofa, Carla ordered and headed for her bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. She waited until she heard Charlie rush out the front door and start his car before heading back into the living room. What the hell do you think you're doing, having sex with my coworker in my living room? She shouted. On my sofa. Cass had wrapped a short silk robe around her as she threw cushions back on the sofa. Boy, you really are uptight, aren't you? I was having a little fun. He's cute, and he enjoyed it, too. He came over, and I was filled with the need to play a little. So you pretended to be me? She gasped in disgust. Cass rolled her eyes. It was only for a little bit. Stop acting like it's a big deal. It's not your body I was using. Carla made a mental note to get the sofa removed the next day. She dug her nails into the back of the love seat and growled. Listen up. You can stay here until tomorrow. After that, I want you gone. Go stay with Kel. I won't tolerate that kind of crap in my house. Figures. I knew I couldn't count on you. Cass flung back and stomped toward the guest room. Carla eyed the sex sofa. Sorry, perv couch, but you gotta go too. She sent a text to Emma and asked her to get someone from the furniture store in town to bring her a new sofa and remove the old one. As expected, Emma's instant reply was an affirmative with an early time for action. The good thing about Emma was that she got shit done, even if she pissed off people in the process. Another text came in. Charlie apologized for his behavior and asked her to please give him a chance to explain. He asked if he could see her for dinner or a cup of coffee in a day or two. She knew it wasn't his fault Cass had played a trick on him. He'd promised to drop off some lesson plans for her workshop, so she'd assumed he'd leave them in her mailbox. Cass must have gotten a hold of him and decided to play her sick games. A shudder of revulsion rocked her at the memory of her sister and Charlie. She replied to Charlie's text by telling him she would think about it. She eyed the sofa again. Definitely had to go. Nate groaned with exhaustion. The last thing he wanted was to wake up Carla. It was late. He'd taken longer than he'd expected talking to his staff and closing shop. He debated for all of a second on whether he should come back to her house, but realized her sister stressed her, and he needed to be there for her. Dim lighting filled the living room. He dropped his keys in the ceramic bowl by the door next to Carla's car keys, and headed straight to the kitchen to grab a drink of water before hitting the shower. Hey there, stranger. The voice caught him unaware. He turned to the sound. Cass sat on one of the sofas in a dark corner. Dressed in skimpy shorts and a tiny top, he knew what she was doing. As if the arousal coming from her hadn't been an indicator, she licked her lips and gave him a bold once-over. Annoyance raised his animal to the surface. If it were up to him, he'd pay for a hotel for her to leave Carla's home. But she was Carla's sister, and his mate had given her permission to stay the night. What are you doing here? Disgust rolled through him the moment he heard her attempt at sexy. Though it sounded like his mate, it wasn't. And no matter how much they might look alike physically, she was not his woman. Staying the night. She tried making her voice as husky as it came naturally to Carla. Only it was overdone on her. She took slow steps toward him and smiled seductively. I know that part. Carla told me. I mean, what are you doing sitting out here in the dark? She licked her lips. I was waiting for you.
Why?
He was getting tired of the blatant way she looked at him, like he was a piece of beef. Maybe it was because she wasn't Carla that his wolf roared to the surface, angry. Or maybe it was because she was trying to move in on her sister's man. Whatever it was, he didn't like her scent, and he didn't like the way she ogled him. I was just wondering what was up with you and Carly. She took another step closer. He battled his animal for dominance. The wolf didn't like her. In fact, the last thing he wanted was to be near her.
That's none of your business. You should talk to her about anything you need to know.
He turned away and stopped when she placed a hand on his arm. You know, she whispered, we can have fun. She doesn't have to know anything. That did it. He whirled back to face her, let her see the anger in his eyes, the glow of his wolf and his half-shifted facial features.
Don't touch me.
He yanked away from her.
Don't ever touch me. If you do, I won't be responsible for what happens to you.
She smiled. Oh, what will the big bad shifter do to me? He knew she was scared despite her bravado. The beast liked the fear. He wanted to rip her belly and throat and eat her while her heart was still beating. She was pushing the line, putting herself out there to get hurt, not just with words, but by his wolf. He snarled and jerked back.
I don't like you.
Fury flourished in her gaze.
I don't like your scent.
His voice deepened.
I belong to Carla, and my wolf will destroy you if you lay a hand on me again.
She laughed nervously. Her pulse quickened and her fear overpowered the arousal he'd scented. The anger also grew. Its bitter scent seeped from her pores and burned the insides of his nostrils. Too bad. She shrugged and grabbed a handbag from the sofa she'd been sitting at. We could have had a great time together. Not in this lifetime. She took her time leaving, but he could tell she wanted to rush. The tense way she walked and gripped her bag spoke for her. Once she'd walked out, he locked the door and headed for the shower in the guest room. The bedroom was dark and quiet, but he knew Carla was awake. Her heartbeat tripped when he shut the door. Nate. He frowned. There was a tremor of insecurity when she said his name.
Were you waiting for some other sexy shifter?
Her delicate laughter, much more reassured, melted his heart. You really need to do something about that ego. His night vision allowed him to see her as clear as if there was a light on. Interest flared in her eyes. Her heated gaze roamed his naked torso down to the towel around his hips. He knew she had a good view of him from the light filtering through her blinds.
When you look at me that way, it's proof enough that I'm right when I say that.
She cleared her throat. Okay, maybe you are kind of sexy. He grinned and dropped the towel, watched her lick her lips and then sigh. Okay, maybe you're more than a little sexy. Sliding into bed with Carla had to be the most amazing feeling ever. Every time it felt like he'd just found the perfect place to be. Home. With her. And whether there were children or not, he would never want to be anywhere else. She'd stayed on her side of the bed. With a quick tug, he had her where he wanted her. In his arms, her head pillowed on his shoulder, and her breath caressing his neck. I heard the door, she said quietly. Did Cass leave?
She sure did.
And if he had anything to say about it, she'd stay the hell away from Carla. The woman was clearly vicious. He didn't like her, and neither did his wolf. That's good. She was stressing me earlier.
About?
He didn't really need to ask. He knew she'd been stressed the moment he walked into the room. Her distress had alarmed his animal. He'd scented anxiety and knew he had to find a way to reassure her or he'd never calm his beast. I don't really want to talk about it. She snuggled in closer, draping her leg over his. This was it. He had to get her to talk to him, to open up some of those doors she locked all her emotions behind.
I can tell you that I can't believe you're both related.
She turned her face up to look at him. Why?
She's nothing like you. You're a good friend. You care about people. She's selfish, and she's not interested in anything unless it concerns her. Nor does she care about hurting others.
We've been distant for a long time. She started talking softly. It was what he'd hoped. For her to say something to give him a clue to the internal distress she suffered in her youth. It also explained why she had all that anxiety when it came to a relationship with him. My family wasn't the best when I grew up. Mom was, well, let's just say she taught me what I don't want out of life.
And what about your sister and brother?
He stroked slow lines up and down her spine. The tension seeped from her muscles after a while. She probably didn't realize it, but it calmed his animal when he got her to relax. Cal has always been there for me. He heard the approval in her voice. He's been the only person in the family who worried about me, who wanted to make sure I was happy. He can sense when I'm upset.
Really?
Yep. But I don't think Cass can. It's like just something he and I share. A special brother-sister bond that she was never part of. He lifted a hand to caress her long hair. It was still damp from her shower and curling as it dried.
Do you talk to your mother often?
She laughed, a short, bitter sound that broke his heart. Not if I can help it. She's never been interested in Kel or me. I don't know how she deals with Cass. But the minute I was old enough to go away to college, Kel and I hit the road. Laura, my mother, was too busy clinging on to the current man in her life at the time.
What do you mean clinging?
He kept his question light, as though he wasn't really trying to read between the lines of everything she said. My mother has a problem with men. I think I told you. She has never been able to have one hang around for long. They make promises, and they say they will stay. He heard her swallow hard. But all it takes is a few weeks, and they're gone. She's gone to many lengths to buy love.
Did you say buy love?
His chest felt tight all of a sudden. He knew this had a lot to do with why Carla was emotionally distant. His mother's words came back to him then. He had to start treating Carla like the woman she was, his mate. He'd have to think of a way. But in order for her to believe in his commitment, she'd have to see it. Oh yeah, she will spend every penny she has on her man and think that's enough for them to stay, that buying them things will get her the love she craves. But I think it's more of a power trip for her. Only it never seems to work. Kel thinks she's mental, but I don't. She rubbed her cheek on his chest, and he pulled her tighter into his arms. I think she just likes to be able to see if she'll get away with keeping a man tied to her. He could understand how seeing that would make it hard for Carla to trust in a relationship.
But she had to have at least one long-lasting relationship. What happened with your father?
He lasted. All of whatever long it took to get her pregnant. Then he came around for bits of time and saw us, never letting us get too clingy. He explained he had a family, and we should understand that it was our mother's fault for getting pregnant from a married man that couldn't be around. Anger burned in his chest. He wanted to pound the lowlife to the ground.
She said you had to understand?
Oh, yes. You see, he was only interested in an affair, but Laura went and got herself knocked up to tie him to her. He didn't have time for more kids or a neurotic woman who was obsessed with spending all her time stalking him. Sadness floated toward him and the beating of her heart increased along with the pitch of her voice. That had to have been hard for Carla to live with. Pieces started to fit together. He understood why she'd been distant with him, but he wanted her to tell him.
"What do you think about us?"
He continued petting her hair, loving the feel of the silk strands through his fingers. "What do you mean?"
"You know how we are. I'm a shifter."
He kissed the top of her head and smiled at her sigh.
"You're my mate."
She sat up in a rush. "You've never called me your mate. You said I was yours the night of the scenting ceremony, but you never said mate. I'd remember if you did." It amused him to see the shock in her eyes, as if he'd bite any other woman.
"Mine is the same as me asking for your hand in marriage. Sweetheart, I bit you."
"Not hard."
She frowned. "Hard enough to make you mine."
"I thought the bite would be deeper, harder." He laughed at her confusion.
"No, I only marked you. That's what the scenting ceremony is for."
But you didn't say anything," she insisted.
"No, I didn't. Things got crazy after that. I wanted to spend time together, but I wanted you safe."
He pulled her back into his arms, missing the warmth of her curves over him.
"The best way I can ensure your safety is to help Caleb rid of the rogues his uncle hired. They've been inundating the area of Caleb's land and pushing into ours."
"But—" He worried when she continued to sound unsure.
"Don't you believe me?"
"It's not that. I know how your kind works, Nate. I understand we've had this attraction going between us for a while. I won't deny it. But how do we know this is something that's even likely to work?"
"You have to trust your instincts, sweetheart."
She was quiet for long moments.
Long, nerve-wracking moments.
"My instincts? Nate, I'll be honest with you." Her voice shook. "I haven't ever been in a relationship that lasted very long. I'm not looking to put any man in a position where he feels he has to be with me. I don't like pressuring anyone."
"Who's talking about pressure? I want to be with you."
"It's just that you've been really busy lately."
He heard her swallow repeatedly.
"You've been gone. I don't want you to feel you have to stop what you would normally do to be with me." Sadness and fear seeped in waves of insecurity from her pores.
"I don't have to stop anything. I have to adjust things. You're my priority. You and our babies."
It became clear to him that she was trying to hide away behind her fears, to keep from taking the steps to be fully engaged in their relationship. His mother was right. She was afraid, but not of what her family's past was. She was afraid of what could be between them. She was afraid of hope.
"You're mine, Carla. Mine."
"Only if you're mine, too," she muttered half asleep.
"That goes without saying, baby. I have one mate, and I want no other."
He couldn't understand it, didn't know how to fix it. Thoughts filled his mind as he held her until her even breathing told him she'd fallen asleep in his arms. He was in the middle of running errands for his bar when he decided to invite Carla to his bar to get her involved in his business. He reached for his phone as he stepped out of his truck. "Hi," her husky voice answered. His chest constricted listening to her. She didn't realize how much she meant to him, but he'd show her.
"Hi, beautiful. How are you?"
"Good. In the middle of a pop spelling quiz, which will have a few words added to it if my kids don't focus on their own papers instead of their neighbors'," she said in a tone meant for her students. He smiled and rubbed a hand behind his neck.
"Will you talk to me in that teacher voice later? You sound really sexy."
"Nate?" A chuckle burst free from his lips.
"Okay, sorry. Bad spot, right?
She chortled. Yes, bad spot. What did you need?
I want you to come over to the bar sometime in the next few days. Just come by for a bit, will you?
There was a drawn-out silence before she sighed. I guess I can stop by after dinner with the girls.
Great. I won't keep you from your students. I'll see you later, Ms. Alves.
Her soft laughter tinkled through the line. Later, Spot.
I have a problem,
he admitted, watching his mother prepare the evening meal.
I've been telling you this for a while, but you decided to be a hardhead and ignore me.
She lifted a knife and waved it in his direction. You should have realized this long ago. Carla has walls. You need to knock them down. He scrubbed a hand over the back of his neck. Exhaustion pulled at his muscles. He'd been hunting all day. Through it all, he hadn't been able to get the issue with Carla out of his mind.
I have to find a way to get her to trust me, to trust us,
he growled in frustration. Barbara slapped the knife on the counter. Are you deaf? I already told you what to do. He frowned. They'd talked about Carla, but she hadn't given him specific information on how to handle their problems. When? She mumbled about kids never listening to their parents, and then threw the vegetables she'd been cutting up into a skillet. I told you to treat her as your equal. Shower her with communication. That's one of the most vital things you can do for her. Sure, romance is great, but the reality is that if she had to choose between a gift and time with you, just getting to know each other better, I'd bet you she'd pick time. Talk to her about your business.
Thirsty Wolf?
Why the heck did you pick that name anyway? She pointed a large cooking spoon toward him. You all have some strange sense of humor with naming your businesses.
Mom.
He sighed in frustration, not wanting to upset his mother, but wanting to bring the conversation back to the problem at hand. His mate. Anyway, yes, tell her how it operates. Heck, ask if she has ideas on how to run it better. I heard she has a minor in business along with education. Why not help her feel more part of your life by really allowing her to make decisions along with you?
I invited her to the bar. She's coming by tonight.
Great. Use that time to incorporate her into the business and get her opinion on things that matter to you. She was right. He could say whatever he wanted. But the truth was that until he gave Carla the opportunity to be the woman he needed, she'd feel like a part-time girlfriend.
You're a genius, Mom.
She grinned. I know. Took your father all of 30 seconds tied to my bed to acknowledge it.
Mom, I don't want to hear that kind of stuff.
He tugged a handful of grapes from the fruit bowl in the center of the table. All right. Go do your thing. Eric and your dad should be back in a few days, and I need to help Carla prepare the bridal shower. Poor Nicole has been busy with half her class being sick. I think she's been making house calls daily. And the way she's been sniffling, I think she's got the bug, too. He popped a grape in his mouth.
You sure she doesn't have the same bug Carla has?
She sighed. No, I'd be happy if that were the case, but she seems to have a summer cold.
Don't worry, Mom. Your dream to see a bunch of grandbabies will come true sooner or later.
Barbara smiled. A smile that said she was up to something. Oh, I know. And it will be sooner rather than later. Carla sat inside her car outside of Nate's bar. Her phone buzzed. She had 2 text messages. One from Cal asking if she was okay, and one from Emma begging her to tell her what was going on with the bridal shower. She grinned and answered her brother that she was fine. Then she sent Emma a smiley face sticking its tongue out with the word "no" in caps and 3 exclamation points. She glanced back up at Nate's bar. The building was new, with an old pub feel and look to it. Emerald green paint covered the outside along with dark brown accents. A giant blinking sign showed off the bar name next to a howling wolf. The Thirsty Wolf. It fit his style. Nate had asked her to come to the bar and get a better feel for it. She hadn't believed him serious at first, but he'd sent multiple texts and left her a voicemail reminding her he'd be waiting for her. She hopped out of the car with trepidation, licking at her heels. The hum and clatter of conversation and laughter grew in volume as she neared the front door. A couple bounced out at the same time she headed inside. They smiled at her and held the door open for her to enter. The place was packed, every table filled with couples and groups of people eating, drinking, and being generally boisterous. She noticed a group of men surrounding the bar, laughing and urging someone to hurry up because they didn't have all night. Nate's dark head popped up from below the counter and glanced at the entrance where she stood. He smiled and jumped over the counter toward her.
"Hey, where's my beer?"
a guy yelled.
"Keep your pants on, Nick. I'll be right back," he threw over his shoulder.
Conversation suddenly stopped as Nate marched toward her. "Hi." She smiled, unsure what to do. They hadn't really been in public as a couple, and she didn't know if he wanted to give his customers any public displays of affection. The minute he reached her, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her flush against his body. He kissed her, too. A quick, sensual brush of lips that inflamed every hormone in her body. He drove his tongue deep into her mouth, swiping and rubbing over hers. Catcalls and whistles sounded around them. He pulled back and grinned.
"Thanks for coming."
Well, that took care of her PDA question. He grabbed her hand and led her to the bar. "Don't you have a bartender?" she asked as they rounded the bar entrance.
"I do, but she's taking a break, and these guys love busting my chops."
He laughed and passed out beers to waiting patrons.
"Hey, Nate! My girlfriend wants something sexy!"
A tall, blonde guy yelled from a table. The woman sitting next to him ran a hand over his cheek and leaned her head into his shoulder.
"How sexy is sexy? I'm single,"
someone else yelled. The crowd by the bar broke into raucous laughter. She watched Nate pass out drinks, and her hands itched to help him out.
"Sorry."
He smiled apologetically.
"Just give me a few and Shirley will be back."
"It's okay." She moved forward and took an empty beer bottle from the counter. Then another bottle popped up out of nowhere, and another, until she found herself passing bottles back and forth.
"Hey, Nate, my girlfriend wants her sexy drink."
"What is she in the mood for?" Carla asked, taking the lead to get the woman a drink. "Chocolate," replied the pretty brunette next to the tall guy. "Do you mind?" She hated moving in on his bar, but it seemed he needed some help, and she missed making her chocolate seduction.
"Go right ahead."
A sinful grin split his lips.
"My casa is your casa."
She chuckled at his sad attempt at Spanish. "I need chocolate liqueur, chocolate fudge, and chocolate and marshmallow-flavored vodka. Have anything like that?" He pointed toward a row behind him.
"I think we have some of that here. Usually the guys just want beer or shots, but Shirley likes all kinds of flavored drinks." "What are you making?"
one of the guys at the counter asked. Carla shrugged and poured different liqueurs into a martini shaker. "When I was in college, I took a bartending class to help me make some extra cash. I called it chocolate seduction. At the time, I was having a serious chocolate addiction and came up with my own version of a chocolate martini." She glanced up and was surprised to watch the group of men at the counter, including her very own wolf, watching her intently.
"I'm Nick. I'm in construction,"
said an older man with graying hair and a kind smile.
"These are my employees."
He pointed to both sides of him. "Nice to meet you, Nick. I'm Carla. I'm a teacher at Woodside Elementary. Nick's warm smile mirrored the one of most of the people at the counter.
It's nice to meet Nate's mate.
Ribbons of heat crowded her face. The crowd made her feel welcomed. She hadn't expected their easy reception. Thanks. She glanced back down at her martini shaker and put the lid on it and started to shake. Anyway, this drink became a big favorite at the bar I worked in for a semester. Taking the 2 martini glasses Nate handed her with a smile, she placed them next to a plate she'd lined with sugar. The bar grew silent as everyone watched her work. She turned the martini glasses face down and dipped the rim in a large bowl she'd filled with chocolate liqueur. Then she coated the rim with the sugar. Once both glasses had their rims covered in sugar, she poured some of the mixed drink into each glass, and then finished by garnishing with a dollop of chocolate fudge sauce in the center. She placed one of the martini glasses on a tray, walked around the bar, and handed it to the tall guy's girlfriend. Carla watched the young woman take a sip of her drink. She blinked, and the woman had downed the rest. That was delicious. The crowd in the bar cheered and clapped. Carla smiled and headed back to her other drink. She passed the martini glass to Nick for a taste. He eyed the tiny glass wearily, but tipped it back and swallowed the drink in one gulp. Nick licked his lips and smiled.
It's like dessert in a cup.
Another round of applause filled the bar. Carla laughed at Nick's surprised expression. Don't let them get you, Nick. Too many and you'll feel it in the morning. He chuckled and shook his head.
Not me. I'm a shifter. But I bet my mate would enjoy these. I'll definitely recommend for her to come try this.
Nate moved up beside her, curling his arm around her waist.
You do that, Nick. We'll be adding Carla's drink to the menu.
She jerked her head sideways to see if he was joking. Even though he was smiling, he sounded serious.
Come on, beautiful. Shirley's here to take her throne back.
Nate grasped her hand in his and led her to the other side of the bar.
It was nice to meet you, Carla,
the guys at the counter yelled. It was nice to meet you all. She waved and turned a smile at Nate. They're really nice. I can see why you'd like being here.
Thanks for coming. Your being here means a lot.
He pulled his office door open and showed her inside.
Plus, I got to find out something new about you.
She shrugged. It's just a little drink. But thanks for having faith in me and letting me try my hand at mixing again. He sat down and pulled her onto his lap, shifting her to her side to glance at her face.
Feel free to come here any time you want. Anyway, I wanted you to come here because I know you got a minor in business and marketing and wanted your opinion on rebranding the bar.
A new happiness bubble filled her heart. Nate including her in his business meant more than he knew. I'll answer any question you have as best as I can. He drove a hand into her hair and pulled her head down.
I think we should test out the sturdiness of my desk first.
He pressed his lips over hers, and all thoughts of anything but Nate flew out of her mind. Chapter 9.
What's going on?
Nate asked Jake and Mason the next day as they combed the bordering backwoods closest to Caleb's land.
Some of our enforcers have reported an influx of out-of-town humans in the area.
Mason's wolf pawed at the ground, sniffing at the wet mud, looking for any strange scents. Jake sniffed here and there.
What kind of influx? Are we talking a handful or like hundreds? Sherry said she'd seen at least 2 men asking strange questions about our pack.
The enforcer worked for Caleb. She was one of the few female wolves that had extra powers. Daughter to a witch and a shifter, she was one of their best fighters. And still young enough that Nate and his brothers worried about her being out there, fighting rogues. She was almost as young as Ellie, but when she spoke, he saw the knowledge in her eyes.
What kind of questions?
Nate pawed at the ground, digging his claws deep into the earth. Jake moved toward a set of bushes.
About Eric, Jordan, and where they could be found. Maybe they've been hanging out with Emma, Mason grumbled.
Nate barked a laugh.
You know, if she heard you, you'd be in deep shit. You're not the one with the woman with the death wish, Mason groaned. Every day I catch her doing something. It's like a full-time job to ensure her safety. I thought she could take care of herself.
Jake rubbed his side on a tree.
Oh, she can. You should see her shoot or fight. It's hot as hell. But she's still a human, and keeping her in one piece is really turning into a project.
Mason shook his coat to remove some leaves off.
Why is it hard? Nate asked. She said she's got a couple of students that are worried about their older siblings. Apparently, they tend to stray into trouble, and she is just making sure they're okay.
Nate shifted. He needed to go back to Carla and spend time with her.
What's wrong with that? She's coming to my club every night, Mason growled during his shift. I had to have someone there, making sure she doesn't get in. She's threatened to cut off my balls multiple times. Nice. Yeah, well, as long as she's not hurt, then I don't mind what she says. She's bluffing anyway.
Jake laughed and headed for his truck.
Are you willing to risk it?
Mason frowned.
For her safety? Hell yes. I agree, Nate said. And you know you do too, Jake. We'd do anything to ensure all their safety.
Jake sighed.
Yeah, you're right. Now, if you guys excuse me, I need to go woo my mate.
Jake frowned.
Woo? What the hell is this, the 17th century? Hey, don't hate. I'm going to go be romantic and tell her what's going on with our pack so she feels involved. He shrugged on his clothes. Mom says that's the best way to get her to open up to me. Then I'm going to give her a foot rub and see if I can get her naked. You know she cares about you, right? Mason asked, giving him that all-knowing older brother look.
He did know, but hearing Mason say it helped the insecurity he'd been feeling lessen.
I know that, but it's getting her to acknowledge it that seems to be the problem. Good luck with that. I can't seem to get Emma to acknowledge she's not Superman.
Putting the truck in drive, he waved to his brothers.
I think you're the one that needs luck, Mace. Emma is bossy and dangerous.
Mason's eyes crinkled with his smile, the wolf still bright in his gaze.
I know. It's one of the things I love about her. But you better be careful with Carla. Pushed enough, and she'll let all that stuff she's been holding inside out. Don't be there when that happens.
The fact that Carla internalized worried him. She needed to let things out, or she'd make herself sick. Or worse, she'd blow up one day and say things she might regret.
About those humans.
Jake brought his attention to him.
I'll get a couple of our guys on it. See who they are and why they're interested in our pack.
Nate put the truck in drive and drove off, ready to hunt down the humans himself. Carla sat on her new sofa, grading papers when she heard the door. She'd been distracted, thinking about Nate. Even Kel had mentioned how quiet she'd been during their lunch meeting. She couldn't help it. The night at his bar had been eye-opening. She'd enjoyed talking to him about his business, loved mixing drinks for the patrons and meeting his customers and employees. But more than that, she loved seeing that side of Nate, and seeing him show her to others as the woman he wanted. It was really nice. Nate sauntered in with a wide grin and a hand behind his back. "Hey," she frowned, watching his face. "Are those cuts?" There was a hint of vulnerability in his eyes.
It's not a big deal. We encountered some shifters and had to kick a little tail.
"Let me see." She readied to stand, but he shook his head.
Stay there. I have something to tell you. His gaze locked with hers.
The way he looked at her with hesitation urged her to reach out to try to comfort him. Tell him it would be okay. Nate, you look worried. Whatever is on your mind is fine. You can tell me.
I want you to be my partner all the way through everything.
He stepped closer.
Not just in the bedroom where you make me lose my mind.
She glanced down.
No, don't look embarrassed. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever met, inside and out. I want us to communicate, tell each other what we want out of this.
Okay. His hand finally came around, and he held a small potted bamboo plant.
This is for you.
She watched him place the small plant on her coffee table. It was a little thing, just growing its first leaf.
This plant is known to bring luck to those who are gifted it. But that's not why I'm giving it to you.
He sat down next to her and leaned closer.
See that little leaf? That's us, our relationship. We can help it grow like this plant if we nurture and care for it.
He enfolded her hand with his.
Together.
Nate, I don't know what to say.
She didn't.
There was just something special about the way he described growing together.
I don't want you to feel pressured, love. I want you to want to be here with me. To do whatever we do together. That you are 100% sure you can count on me for anything, and that I will be there no matter what.
Her throat turned sandpaper dry. She wanted him to feel the same way about her, too. I think you are one of the most amazing men I have ever met. She pushed out to the ground. I know it won't be easy to be open all the time, since it's a new thing for me, but I am willing to give us full commitment. She smiled. Her entire body felt lighter after saying that. It was as if a giant weight had been lifted off her. Nate and her babies. They were the future and most important parts of her life. No more doubting it. He rearranged her feet to lay on his lap.
Now that we got that down and out, I want you to be extra careful.
Why?
She placed the papers to her side and leaned her head back on the sofa cushion. There are some humans that have been asking questions about the pack. I prefer to be safer than sorry.
She frowned. But humans are not normally people you guys have to worry about.
No, they're not. But with the way things have been working lately, we need to keep everyone safe.
He started rubbing her bare feet in strong circular motions, fingers digging into the soles and making her bite her tongue to keep from moaning. Damn, that felt good.
I'm not taking chances with you or the babies.
Her body heated slowly. Every deep press of his fingers on her feet felt like she was turning to jelly. Her breath hitched with the roaming fingers. Next he moved up to her calves, rubbing and caressing her swollen skin. She'd had her feet up because they'd been hurting, but didn't realize having to rub them would make such a difference.
Like echoes of joy with traces of pain, and every thorn with every sigh. I hear back to thoughts of you, and in the silence of the breeze, I feel here so close to me. The roses know, the roses see, the love we shared the way it used to be. Roses and memories side by side, like a story that time can't hide. With every bloom, with every tear, the past and present draw so near. A garden of love so full, so true, where the roses remember me and you. Roses and memories intertwined, a love that lingers, a love that binds.
And she wanted to give him some of the pleasure she'd been given.
In the silence of the breeze, I feel here so close to me. The roses know, the roses see, the love we shared the way it used to be. Roses and memories side by side, like a story that time can't hide. With every bloom, with every tear, the past and present draw so near. A garden of love so full, so true, where the roses remember me and you.
Sounded incredibly sensual. The hairs on her arms stood on end. I want you. Fucking my mouth. Coming down my throat.
Fucking hell. I won't argue with you there.
He helped her jerk his pants down his legs, his cock springing free. Hot, heavy, ready. She curled a hand around him and pumped up and down slowly. Moisture gathered at the top, and then slowly crawled down the vein on his underside. She licked the bead that traveled down to his balls, taking it right back up to the head of his shaft. The glossy head was almost purple with the amount of blood pumping to it. She sucked his cock into her mouth, laving him with her tongue and coating him in her saliva.
Holy shit,
he groaned.
Baby, yes. That feels fucking great.
Her grip on him tightened. There was a quick pull back, and then a deeper suck down her throat, combined with a rougher jerk. He moaned, thrusting his hips toward her mouth. With her cheeks hollowed tight, she sucked up and down repeatedly. His hands gripped the leather on her sofa. Material ripped. She glanced up, but all she saw was Nate's gaze locked on her lips, on the O they formed, and watching his cock slide in and out of her mouth.
Yeah, suck me, just like that.
She jerked him harder, sucked him deeper, and moved with a quicker pace, with purpose, to see him come. His breathing turned heavy, filling the room with his rumbling and moaning. Oh, how she loved it, listening to him tell her how good she sucked his dick, tell her to keep going, that she had the sexiest tongue ever. She pulled him out of her mouth and grinned at his awestruck expression. Like that?
You have a mouth created for worshipping.
A chuckle burst free. I'd settle for making this good for you.
Good? You're fucking amazing,
he growled out. Her grip tight on his cock, she jerked him in her fist and watched pleasure thunder across his face. Come on me. She saw his nostrils flare, eyes stuck on her lips.
Take off your top,
he ordered. The growl was low, rough, and hot as she felt her pussy twitch. Her hand tore the material over her head, leaving her large breasts bared for him.
Now slide my cock between your tits.
She did as he asked, sliding his hot, hard shaft in the valley of her breasts.
Squeeze them tight.
She did, watching him thrust up and down the tight tunnel she'd created. Instinct told her to drop her face forward and open her mouth to suck on his dick on his way up.
Fuck yes.
Tension traveled from his body to hers. His hips jerked harder, faster, until he pulled from the hot cocoon she'd created and jerked above her breasts. Gazes locked tight, neither willing to look away as he spurted his seed over her chest and breasts. She lifted her hands to his cock and licked the dripping cum off his semi-hard dick. In a heartbeat, she was dragged to straddle him. Lips clashed in a toe-curling kiss. Their tongues rubbed over each other, one looking to dominate the other. Wildfire spread through her belly, turned her insides to mush, and her pussy desperate for more. His hands pinched at her nipples and spread his cum over her chest, scent marking her from outside. When he pulled back, they both breathed heavy, and she saw the sensual intent in his gaze. The need to be together, bodies locked tight, clear in his eyes. I want you. Take me. I'm already yours. The kisses started anew. Fervent, heated, demanding. She'd swear the world stopped just so they could do this, be one, and enjoy their mating dance. The remaining clothes came off. Then he was sliding into her. One quick, powerful thrust that pushed all reasoning to the side and all but her search for release to the surface. I love you, Nate. She didn't really say that, did she? But his growl, the way his cock pulsed inside her pussy, almost thickening to the point of pain in her sex, told her he'd heard, and liked it. He buried balls deep inside her, slid one finger over her lips and showed her a gentler side of him. His eyes held an emotion she hadn't dared believe he felt for her. "I love you too, babe." She dug her nails deep into his shoulders, urging him faster with her moans. "Fuck me. Harder." Passion she hadn't been aware resided in her exploded, and all she could do was ride the wave. Her body shook, pussy clenching and squeezing at his cock. His drive shortened to shallow thrusts, a deep branding of his heated length in her slick sex. "You're wet. Oh, baby, and so tight." "Nate!" Another orgasm rolled through her. So quickly after the last, she couldn't even catch her breath. "Fuck!" His cock jerked inside her. With a long, loud growl, he filled her with his seed, pumping his hips hard, slamming into her quickly. A flutter, and her legs shook at her sides. Then another, and she curled her arms around his neck, holding him tight to her, never wanting to see him anywhere but inside her, filling her. This was her man. She loved him. And God help her, she was starting to believe he loved her, too. Chapter 10. "Come for a walk, you said. It'll be fun, you said," Carla grumbled. Beads of sweat dripped down her spine and slipped down to her panties. "How is walking around in this heat fun? Can we go back to your car and hit the spa for a massage? I'm totally up for that." Jordan grinned. She was much too chipper lately. "Oh, come on. We passed on the hot yoga the others were going to." She turned to walk backward while looking at Carla. "Ellie loves that stuff. I still can't get used to it. I'll take a walk in the woods any day." She opened her arms wide. "Isn't it just soothing?" Carla slapped her hands on her hips. "Stop walking like that. You're going to fall on your ass. Besides, you know that you have terrible luck with the woods." "Tuh! I will have you know, Eric and I have gone on several walks in the woods after my last attack, and nothing has happened." Jordan turned to face forward again. "So, how are things with the house guest?" "She went to stay at a hotel. Said she can't stand how small my house is." "Wow. It's hard to believe you three are related. I mean, I can see how much you and her look alike, but then she's got such a crummy attitude. And then you and Kel have a great relationship, but look nothing alike." Carla kicked at the grass. "Yeah, weirdest triplets ever." "Did she tell you what she wanted?" Jordan frowned. "She's never come to visit you in all the years you've been living here, and now she remembers you. What's up with that?" "Money. When our father died, he left us something in his will. Kel's taking care of my finances. I don't really bother with any of that. Since I didn't really need it, he's invested it for me for my retirement, and I haven't really thought about it. But she's blown through what he left her, and she's broke. Just like Mom." Bitterness welled up her throat. They'd never been close. Ever. Even when small, she'd been closer to her brother, and Cass had been her mother's favorite. But to see the way she nonchalantly came in looking for money like she was owed something really pissed Carla off. "What did you tell her?" Carla kicked another pebble, and almost fell flat on her ass. Oh, God! She had forgotten she had a taser in her back pocket. If Jordan hadn't helped her stay on her feet, she could have fallen and tased her ass. Nate made her carry the thing on her when they weren't together. "Carla?" "What?" She jerked back to the present. "I said, what did you tell your sister?" "To get a job." "And what are you thinking about Nate?" Her phone chose that moment to ring. Speak of the devil. She pressed the button to answer the call. "Hi." "Hey, gorgeous." His voice sounded damn sexy. She tried not to picture him naked. Wasn't working very well.
Where are you?
Jordan hates me and is torturing me. It's called exercise, not torture, Jordan yelled from further ahead. Laughter boomed from his end of the line.
How about I come save you, and we can do some other kind of exercise?
That sounded a hell of a lot better than walking.
Well, anything with Nate naked sounded perfect.
I'm sold. We're at the nature trail closing in on the parking lot.
I'll be there in a bit. I've got something in mind I know will make your legs shake.
Oh, hell. Hurry up already, you big tease. He laughed again.
See you in a few.
She glanced up to catch Jordan shaking her head at her with a smile. You are so easy. Hey, don't judge. I didn't when I heard about you rushing to your car in torn-up clothes the night of the scenting ceremony. Jordan's eyes went wide. Who told you? She giggled.
Men like to talk, too.
She gasped. Eric! I'm going to kick his ass when he comes home. Carla couldn't stop the laughter at the indignant expression on Jordan's face.
You will not. You'll be just as easy as I'm being now.
She flung her ponytail over her shoulder. Yeah, who am I kidding? I probably will. Sounds like things are doing better with you and Nate. He's been very attentive lately. I guess I've been overreacting with keeping him at a distance. She turned to Jordan. I just don't want to live the same things my mom did. Chica, in case you haven't noticed, you're nothing like your mother. Not only have you not chased Nate at all, but he's been stuck to your side trying to prove to you he's committed to you and your babies. True. Nate had been there when she woke up every morning. He'd been there when she went to bed at night, holding her, comforting her, filling the emptiness she'd felt her entire life with warmth. She'd been fighting her feelings for him, almost unwilling to face the fact of how much she cared for him. If she did, she'd have to admit she didn't want him to go anywhere, that she would chase after him and ignore all the things she'd said she wouldn't do for him. For most of her life, she'd held a large wall around her heart. But Nathan Wolfe had managed to slip through the cracks, and his smiles, sexy talk, and hot looks turned her insides to mush. And emotions she hadn't expected flourished. Frickin' hell! She loved him, and it scared the shit out of her. It wasn't his actions she was concerned with, if she was honest with herself. It was her dependence on him to grow to the point she'd do anything to be with him. The anything she kept thinking of was the obsessive things that could turn her into her mother. They'd gone up a hill and were now on their way down. The sun started to fall over the horizon, and a light breeze swirled her hair over her shoulders. Isn't it pretty? Jordan sighed. Yeah. She had to admit it was. The colors of the falling sun over the trees were beautiful. Oranges and gold twirled over the horizon in a dance of beauty and grace. It showed off that Mother Nature truly was an artist. Her mind wrapped around the beauty of the scenery, and was caught off guard when Jordan tensed beside her, a low growling filling the air. "What's wrong?" she asked, watching Jordan glance around the trail. The car was but a few hundred yards away from them. There was no need to worry. "Someone's here," Jordan said quietly. "They're not shifters, so it shouldn't be bad, but I don't want you getting hurt." They ran for the car when someone grabbed Jordan from the driver's side. Carla stopped dead in her tracks, watching the large tattooed man try to haul her petite friend off her feet. "This is the one," said the bald-headed guy who had Jordan in his grasp. "What about that one?" said a voice from the front of the car. A shorter man with long dark hair and large holes in his ears stared at her with a vicious grin. "I don't know. We're supposed to grab this one." The guy struggled to keep Jordan in his grip. His bald head, covered in multiple tattoos and piercings, shimmered with perspiration. Her friend's eyes turned, a bright ring of gold surrounding the usual warm chocolate brown.
"Need help?"
Short guy laughed, showing off crooked yellow teeth. His stringy black hair hung past his shoulders in an oily mess. Multiple scars covered his chin and lip. His dusty old clothing had probably seen better days some years back. It was the clear, vicious light in their eyes that said they were some low-down thugs.
"She looks like a handful."
His distraction proved helpful for Carla. She slipped her hand into her back pocket and pulled out the taser. She wasn't a violent person, truly. Well, maybe just a little. But she wasn't stupid either. She'd been a single woman who lived in a town filled with shifters. She needed some sort of protection. Her little taser was nothing compared to Emma or Jordan's shotguns, but it would have to do. Jordan growled. The swift way she twisted in the guy's hands shocked both men. 1 minute he had her pinned, and the next she had him by the throat, digging her claws into his neck, blood oozing from the deep cuts.
"Who the fuck are you?" she growled.
Anger sounded in the snarls between words. The man reeled a fist back and punched her. The hit only got him loose for a moment. Carla raced around the car, making her way toward her friend when the other guy rushed her.
"Oh, no, you don't. My buddy here is going to handle that one."
He launched himself at her, but she used that moment to jab the taser into his side. He screamed. Loud. So loud his friend was caught off guard, and Jordan dug massive claws across his face, leaving large, gaping wounds.
"Ah!"
The man Carla tased fell on the ground shaking, body convulsing with the large dose of electricity having coursed through him. Big, bald-headed man threw another punch at Jordan, but she moved fast enough to miss it. Her claws drew across his side, leaving his shirt cut up and blood soaking the material.
"You fucking bitch!"
He reached behind him. Shit! What if he had a gun? Jordan took no mercy. In seconds, she shifted to her brown wolf. She latched her canines on the man's throat and bit down hard. Her claws continued to dig at his chest. Teeth bit down on muscles and bones until all Carla heard was the sick sound of bones breaking. The guy's scream slowly died off with him, and blood pooled at his side from the gaping wounds. Carla gaped at the scene before her. She'd never seen Jordan attack anyone that viciously before. It was surreal. The fight at the school had been so spread out and fast that she didn't really get to focus on Jordan. The brown wolf her friend had turned into continued to claw at the dead body. Blood coated her muzzle and paws. She growled and glanced up, her bright golden gaze clashing with Carla's. Jordan?" The wolf moved toward her slowly. She stopped in front of her feet and cocked her head. Bones started to crack and fur receded as Jordan took back her human shape. Carla blinked and rushed to the back of the car to retrieve a blanket for Jordan. She was getting really good at being a shifter assistant. "Are you okay?" she asked Jordan. Jordan wrinkled her face in disgust. "I got blood all over me. I need a shower and a toothbrush ASAP." Carla winced watching Jordan wipe the blood and gore off her face. Shifter fights were bloody, and her stomach's churning told her she shouldn't have watched. Holding down the contents of her lunch turned into a chore. An engine's roar brought her out of her daze, staring at the corpse. She waited for Nate to rush forward. "What happened?" His voice was deep and rough, the animal sitting right below the surface. His features had moved to alter his usually handsome face to a ruddy shift as he glanced at the dead guy's body. "We got some unexpected company," Jordan mumbled as she rubbed the blanket over her mouth. "Are you both okay?" His gaze bore into Carla's, showing her deep concern and alarm. Piece of cake. Jordan grinned. I told you guys I could take care of us. The tased man started to move, groaning on the ground. Nate moved over the guy and punched him back into unconsciousness. Carla's muscles, previously locked with tension, started to ache as she came down from her fight-or-flight high. Her gaze strayed over to the torn dead guy. A shudder of revulsion racked her. She needed to get out of there.
We need something to tie him up with. Let me check my truck and see what I find.
Nate raced back to his truck and returned moments later with some zip ties. Jordan grabbed a bottle of water from her driver's side and walked some yards away. She started washing her face and rinsing her mouth with the water. Do you carry zip ties around with you often? Carla asked. Her curiosity piqued. She watched Nate move the unconscious guy to tie his hands behind his back. With her hands in her pockets to keep them from shaking, she took deep breaths while watching Nate work. Things were going to be fine. Jordan hadn't been hurt. Her stomach rolled the contents into an agitated tornado of anxiety. The panic level she felt diminished with every minute that passed.
Not really. I went to the hardware store for repair supplies for the bar and got them to organize some extension cords we have in the storage room.
He deposited the guy on the bed of his truck and marched back to Carla. She rushed into his open arms.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yes. We were surprised they were here. I mean, they must have been watching us because we didn't tell anyone where we were going. He nodded, his grip tightening on her.
Don't worry. We'll figure out what it was they wanted.
They had to, or it could mean things really weren't getting any better, but worse. Chapter 11. Everyone convened in Barbara's home. Carla had just returned from the ladies' room when she was tugged down to sit on Nate's lap. She'd struggled to get off, but with each wiggle, his cock poked her ass, and she didn't want the others to know how turned on she was getting, so she gave up. "Did you speak to Eric?" Barbara asked Jordan. Jordan flinched. "I did. He persists on coming home." "Then let him." Barbara lifted a blonde brow, unsmiling. "You're his priority. He should be here trying to figure out who the hell wants to hurt you." Carla stared in awe at Barbara's features. Her facial lines had pulled tight, and her nose and mouth had started to shift. The blue of her eyes glowed with her wolf power. "I can't let him cut his trip short for me. I'm supposed to be able to take care of myself." Barbara took a deep breath and pursed her lips. "He should be here with you." Jordan bit her lip, brows furrowed. "I told him to hold off. If I truly need him, I'll tell him to come home. I'm trying to be independent here. I don't want him to need to babysit me. Besides, how will it look to other alphas that his mate can't be left alone? I don't want people to think he mated some weakling who needs him for everything." Barbara nodded. Her previously almost feral-looking features changed back to the gentle beauty Carla was used to. Carla knew what Jordan referred to when she mentioned encouraging Eric to continue his meetings. Neither of them liked depending on anyone, especially a man.
"At least the enforcers got the one guy and are doing a check on the town for any outsiders. They're on the hunt for anything suspicious."
"Thanks for calling them, Nate." Jordan rubbed her temple and leaned back. "I hope whatever is going on can be figured out quickly."
"It's not a problem. They got a cleanup crew to get rid of the other guy. I really think you should consider asking Eric to come home."
He squeezed Carla's legs as he spoke.
"You've been downplaying these attacks."
"I don't want to be the reason he has to rush back," Jordan replied. "But if something else happens, I'll ask him to come home." "Can someone explain to me where these humans came from?" Barbara asked, lifting a glass of iced tea to her lips. "I don't know," Jordan answered from her sofa chair, lifting her hands in mock surrender. "I swear I haven't pissed anyone off lately."
"If it were Emma, we'd have one long list to work through," Carla muttered.
Barbara coughed. Did they say anything that can give us a clue? Only that Jordan was the one they wanted, Carla replied, giving in to Nate's hold and softening enough to lean into him. What about the guy you got alive, Nate? Barbara asked. According to Jake, he's not talking. The enforcers have been at him. Normally, we don't get human men attacking our kind this way, so their questioning of the guy is not our normal procedure. But he says he doesn't know who hired them. They think the other guy must have been the one who set things up. They said he's telling the truth, which doesn't really help us much. Carla wiggled on Nate's lap and glanced into his eyes. What kind of stuff are they doing to encourage him to talk? Nate's eyes turned a bright gold. We have our ways. Slivers of fear twisted her stomach into knots. She hoped those ways didn't mean that people ended up dead. Don't look so alarmed. We can tell when people are lying and telling the truth. We push whenever we get some truth out of them. Carla nodded. What now? We're cautious until we figure out why those guys wanted Jordan. And then we end whatever threat exists. She didn't like knowing Jordan could be under more trouble. Jordan had finally found her way to happiness, and it wasn't fair that people continued to try to hurt her. Did you guys find out anything about the guys who attacked at the school? Jordan asked Nate. We're still looking for those shifters. Their scents haven't turned up in town. Our enforcers are out full force, but we think it's just some of the rogues Caleb's Uncle Rocco has hired to get back at us for siding with Caleb. It would explain why they haven't been seen again. When is Eric due back? Carla asked, turning to Jordan. A couple of days. The mention of Eric coming home brightened Jordan's smile. He said they're wrapping things up and should be no more than 2 or 3 days at most. I bet I can hold it down without him having to rush back before then for me. Good. Carla knew when Eric was around, Jordan had the protection she needed in her mate. Just like Carla now had Nate there whenever she needed. And hopefully, Ellie, Nicole, and Emma would soon be with their men. Stop worrying, Nate whispered into her ear. We'll take care of her. She's family, baby, and family always comes first. She'd learned that about the Wolves. Family was important to them. She was glad she'd been taken in by such wonderful people. Her babies would always have people that cared about them because they were loved, not for anything other than because they were family. Okay, we have a problem, Carla said the minute she and Barbara were alone in the kitchen. Bridal shower? She nodded. What do we do? All our plans were to be in the party place, but I don't feel comfortable having it there anymore. With Jordan having been attacked twice, I think we should have the event closer to home. The bridal shower location isn't that big of a deal. Let me think about it, Barbara said, putting food on a plate. Anything you want to tell me? Uh-oh. I'm sure you already know I'm pregnant. Barbara's delighted squeal pushed her own smile to the surface. As a matter of fact, I did know, but it's nice to hear it from you. Congratulations, dear. She rushed around the kitchen island and gave Carla a hug before going back to work on the plate of food. Her heart soared. Barbara was genuine with her love and devotion of her children and the women in their lives. Carla was grateful Nate's family cared about her and pulled her into their family bonds. Thanks, Barbara. I really can't tell you how new this is to me, or how scared she was. She leaned her hip on the kitchen island and watched Barbara prepare a sandwich fit for one of the men in the house. It was loaded. Barbara nodded. I understand. We've all been there. She glanced up at Carla. But you do know we're all here for you, right? The Wolf family is your family. Anything you need, just ask. It was one of the nicest things she'd ever been told. Thank you. I guess I'm just nervous about the whole having babies depending on me idea. It'll be okay. You've got Nate. You've got us. And they've got you. Trust your instinct. Barbara handed her a massive plate with a sandwich piled high with chicken, cheeses, and vegetables next to homemade potato chips and slaw. She stared at the food and wondered if Barbara forgot she wasn't a shifter. "Eat. You're hungry," Barbara said, and took a seat across from Carla with a cup of coffee. She was? Her stomach growled. Apparently, Barbara was also a stomach whisperer. She sat down at the kitchen table and brought a chip to her mouth. "What do we do? Would it be really difficult to move everything here?" The Wolf's house was big, and the yard was massive. They could easily host the bridal shower and not worry about protection if the pack enforcers watched the place. "No, I can take care of that. Just a few calls to the site, and I can explain what's going on. They're one of yours. It wouldn't be a big deal." Barbara laughed. "What?" She bit down on the sandwich and savored the chicken and roasted vegetables Barbara had put in the toasted bread. It was warm. It was seasoned perfectly and tasted like heaven. Heck, she was getting turned on by food. She must have problems. Not to mention she was shoving the chips down her throat, and though she hadn't thought herself hungry, she couldn't stop eating. The food was delicious. "You said she's one of ours." Barbara lifted a blonde brow, blue eyes sparkling. "You're one of ours too, Carla." "You know what I mean. I'm not a shifter." Barbara's words soothed some of the anxiety she'd felt about her and Nate being of different species. She'd swore she didn't need anyone's acceptance, but Barbara's words destroyed some massive insecurity. A light feeling of acceptance filled her heart. "Not yet. But while Nate can give you a mate bite, and that would normally push the shift, you're pregnant. You wouldn't until after you give birth." Barbara smiled and nodded at every bite she took of her sandwich and chips. Carla had never felt that encouraged to eat in her life. Mate bite? That's right. They'd both talked about wanting to be together, her being his mate, but he hadn't actually given her the bite, the one that claimed her as his before his people. Barbara patted the hand she'd placed on the table. "Don't worry, honey. He'll do it. He's probably waiting for the right time to get it done." Right. She focused on the almost empty plate of food. She'd now have the insecurity of wondering why he hadn't. "Carla, trust Nate." She glanced up. There was warmth and open concern in Barbara's eyes. She didn't say anything for fear of upsetting the other woman. "I'm not telling you because he's my son. I'm telling you because I know you're still edgy where he is concerned. But I know your heart is telling you he loves you. And I know he has already voiced the words." She inhaled sharply, and finally told someone what she couldn't hide. "I'm scared. Scared he'll hurt me one day by leaving. You know we're not like that." "But what if he gets sick of me? Decides I'm not the woman for him?" She knew that wasn't in the shifter way, but she was human, and she'd been raised around humans. Her brain and fears were from what she knew. "Well, I can only tell you that you can trust him and yourself to turn your relationship into something long-lasting and wonderful. Or you can be afraid forever and never take any chances. Your call. But while you ponder that, consider the fact you may be missing out on the only man who truly loves you, who wants to make you happy, who will do anything for you without asking for anything but your happiness in return." Carla stared into Barbara's familiar blue eyes and knew she had been on the right path with Nate. There were no guarantees in life. He'd shown her he cared. She needed to let it go and move on, or she'd lose the only man she had ever loved. Carla glanced at herself in the mirror. She'd cleaned up nice. After getting the surprise shower rearranged to Barbara's house, things had calmed down. She was the bait to get Jordan to the Wolf house without knowing what was going on. She'd ask Jordan to go shopping, and then Ellie would ask them to come by and pick her up. It was a simple plan. Her doorbell rang. She grinned with excitement. Her smile slowly slipped from her face. Swift frustration rose to the surface, inundating her veins. She didn't want another argument with her sister. "What do you want, Cass?" Her sister pushed her way inside, pacing back and forth between her sofas. She bit her tongue to keep from cursing at Cass's self-serving attitude. "I came to apologize, Carly." This was one of those moments she wished for the whole shifter sense, so she could see if what her sister was saying was true. She opened her mouth to ask a question when her door rang again. "Hey, Mamacita." Jordan patted Carla's tummy. "Ready to go?" "One sec." She turned back to Cass, waiting for her sister to either elaborate or leave. Jordan raised her brows. "You want me to wait out in the car?" "No." Cass wanted to say something. "Once she does, we can go." She crossed her arms over her purple dress and stared at her sister. "I'm sorry, Carly. I was insensitive and pushy when I asked you for money." She dropped her head as if sad and mumbled, "I don't want you to hate me. I care about you and want to try to make our sister relationship grow. You're the only one I have. How about the three of us go somewhere and have lunch? Let bygones be bygones. I want to be closer to you, Carly." Carla started to feel bad when she heard the hitch in Cass's voice. She truly sounded like she felt bad about the whole thing with Nate. Maybe they could start fresh, create a new relationship. It would take time, but she could try for the sake of her children having more family in their lives. "Wow, you are one serious liar, lady." Jordan frowned, eyes glowing with anger. "Not only is none of what you said true, but I don't sense any kind of concern, sadness, or regret from your part." She moved in front of Carla to shield her from Cass. "You hate her. You don't have any good feelings toward your sister." "Cass?" Carla had trouble saying the single word. She'd never gotten along with her sister. But for Jordan to say Cass hated her came as a big shock. Emotions flitted through Cass's face. Resentment, irritation, and finally settled on anger. She glanced back and forth between Carla and Jordan before finally locking gazes with Carla. At that moment, something happened with Cass. It was as though Carla were seeing her for the first time in her life. Cass gave her a once-over, hate clear in her eyes. "She's right, you know. I don't know how she can tell, but it's true. It makes me sick to know I'm related to you." Her voice rose. "You with your better-than-thou attitude. You have always rejected me because I'm not as smart as you, or little Miss Goody-Two-Shoes." "What are you talking about?" She'd never seen that much loathing in anyone's face, especially not her sister's. She knew they didn't get along, but to see that type of emotion in Cass's eyes was overwhelming. "Shut up!" Cass screeched. "I'm tired of your mightier-than-thou personality. Nobody is ever good enough for Carla. People have to climb mountains to get to your throne. Guess what, sister? It will feel mighty lonely up there one day. You're not that fucking special." Carla reeled back from the venom her sister spewed. She couldn't believe she'd been blind to Cass's feelings. Cass's nostrils flared as she continued her tirade. "You're not special." "Why are you here, then? Why waste your time with me?" Carla couldn't stop her voice from rising in anger. "I thought we could be sisters, be closer, but you're all about these—" She glared at Jordan. "Shifters. Them over family?"
They are my family. Look. Cass blinked several times, huffing and clearing her throat, moisture filling her eyes. Just lend me some money. Let's go have lunch. We can discuss any repayment you want over some food. We're not going anywhere with you, Jordan replied. You're as low as they come, aren't you? Shut up! Why are you being this difficult? Cass hissed. I'm trying to be nice and take you to a nice lunch. Jordan cocked her head. You're lying again. I don't know what you're talking about. Cass turned to Carla. Please come to lunch with me, sis. All I want is for us to spend some time together. Jordan rushed forward, grabbing Cass by the throat. You're lying, and I want to know why. Why are you interested in us going with you? Carla watched Cass struggle to get loose from Jordan's hold. Let me go! Jordan squeezed Cass's airway. Cass's face turned a deep crimson. I can't breathe. Tell her what she wants to know, or by God, I'll let her beat the crap out of you and call in the enforcers to detain you. Carly! Cass gasped. Talk, Carla ordered. Okay, but let me breathe. Carla winced. She wouldn't have thought Cass capable of lying about wanting to establish a sisterly relationship. Yet, she'd lied. Carla's chest hurt from the words Cass had thrown at her. She knew they weren't close, but that was normal with a lot of families. But Cass, she really couldn't stand Carla. The anger and hate she saw in Cass's eyes only drove the point home. Jordan dropped Cass on a sofa. She landed on the cushion, gasping for air. After coughing dramatically, she lifted her gaze to meet Carla's. No longer hiding her spite for Carla, Cass pursed her lips before speaking. I told you I needed money when I first got here. But did you give it to me? No. I had to resort to this. I came here today because I was going to try to get her. She pointed at Jordan. To join us going to a place I was paid to take you both to. If I could at least get you there, I knew she'd eventually show up. Ice froze the blood in Carla's veins. She leaned into the sofa, holding on to the cushion for support. Her sister, her own flesh, was ready to allow someone to kill her for money. She didn't think she could feel any more heartbroken over Cass's actions. Pain flooded her heart, and she had a hard time pushing words past the knot in her throat. Someone paid you to lead us to them? Her eyes turned into dark slits. If you would have given me money, I'd have forgotten the fact I was hired when I was on my way here. I didn't want you to get killed, but your selfishness pissed me off. Carla had a hard time thinking past the fact her sister had been feeding someone information about her and her friend, putting them in constant danger. She took a few steps around Jordan and closed the distance between her and Cass. Fury fired through her, filling every cell with disgust. Her sister. No, not her sister. The woman who'd shared a womb with her was nothing more than a bottom feeder. A materialistic bitch who cared about nothing but what she could get. You'd put us in danger? With no regard to the fact one of us could get hurt? Killed even? How long has it been going on? Cass smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Since I got here and you said you wouldn't pay me? I met some guys on the way into town who offered to pay me if I got them some information. I didn't call them up on their offer until you said you wouldn't give me money. You evil bitch, Carla gasped. She shrugged in her tiny tongue. I told you I needed money. I'm going to kill her, Carla growled, ready to fling herself at her low life of a sister. Jordan pulled her back before she could reach the sofa, hugging Carla to her. Calm down. You're not violent, remember? Fuck that. She sent those people to attack you, to hurt us. She needs a reality check.
Jordan nodded and smiled. I agree. But since you're indisposed, I'll take care of any food damage, she joked. Carla knew Jordan was trying to make light of the situation, so she calmed down. Her entire body shook with loathing for her sister. You came to my house and put me and my friends in danger. She curled her nails into her hands, digging them deep into her palms, and tried to calm the revulsion racing through her. Her sister had gone too far. People had been hurt because of her. Stop acting almighty. Even your man tried to get his hands on me one night. Liar! Carla's temper snapped. She swung a hand in a blur. She didn't even feel the sting of it hitting Cass's cheek. It's true. He wanted me. I turned him away, Cass taunted, rubbing her hand over the fingerprints Carla left on her face. Carla, Jordan moved forward to get between them. She's lying, Carla said confidently. I know she is. Nate isn't like the men in your life, Cass. He's not like the men Mom dated. He is honorable. Cass snorted with an evil glow in her eyes. Whatever. He's looking for some pussy just like all guys. She wanted to hit the woman again. Hard. To punch her for trying to destroy the life she'd built when neither she nor their mother had been there for Carla. Nate loves me. Cass rolled her eyes and sucked her teeth. Big deal. I feel sorry for you, Cass. For so long, I was afraid to open myself to love that I almost passed up on the only man who's cared enough to try. She lowered her voice, seeing her sister in a new light. In the light of those who had nothing. You'll never see past the money a man has. And that's sad. It means you'll never know how much they can love you just for being you. Love is cheap, and it doesn't pay the bills. Cass turned away to go. Where were you supposed to deliver Jordan? She asked. Cass turned to her, a greedy smile on her lips. Pay me and I'll tell you. I'm sick of this town and want to go home. Jordan let her barely restrained anger loose. She grabbed the other woman by the throat again, lifting her high up in the air this time. Though they were about the same height, Jordan's shifter power came through at that moment. Cass slapped at Jordan's inflexible hand. You tell me what we want to know, or I will send you home with 2 broken legs. Carla can't scent the disgusting reality of your feelings for her, but I can. And I will be damned if I let you anywhere near her again. You start talking, or you will regret it. Carla watched Cass grip Jordan's hand, tugging it to let loose. Guilt nagged her. Cass had brought danger into the wolves' lives, into Jordan's life. This isn't your fault, Carla, Jordan said gently. Yes, it is. She swallowed at the knot in her throat. She's my sister. Jordan shook Cass in her grip and growled. She's a poor excuse for a human being, and you're not responsible for her actions. Now stop feeling guilty because I can sense your distress, and it's making me want to rip holes into her face. Cass tried to jerk out of Jordan's hold. Tell us what you know, Cass, and Jordan will let you go. Cass's fulminating look did nothing to garner Carla's sympathy. The things she'd said had 2 effects on Carla. She realized she'd been an idiot waiting so long to open herself up to the man who loved her. And she was grateful Nate's family and her friends were such wonderful people. The type of people she'd always wanted in her life. Restaurant. Other side of town, she wheezed. Which one? Carla asked. Jordan loosened her hold on Cass's throat and dropped her on her ass on the floor this time. Forked Steakhouse, Cass muttered from the ground, glaring at both of them with an angry pout as she rubbed her throat. Carla and Jordan glanced at each other. They knew the place. It was near Mason's club. It had also been closed the past couple of weeks for remodeling. Carla picked up her cell phone and dialed Nate.
Hey, we're waiting for you guys. We have a surprise for Jordan.
Nate, we figured out where the people that want Jordan are located. She rushed the words out so fast they tripped over each other. Finally, she'd been able to help get some information that would help find the bad guy. Running sweaty palms on the sides of her dress, she shifted on her feet. Her stomach knotted, and fear and anxiety built inside her. What would happen now?
Tell me.
His tone went from soft and sweet to deep and low. She heard the rumble of his wolf in his words. She gave him the information she'd gotten from Cass.
We'll take care of it. You stay with Jordan and don't do anything to get yourselves in danger.
We won't. She cleared her throat, slipped a strand of stray hair behind her ear, and tugged on her earring. Nate?
Yes, love.
Be careful. She hated sounding like a worrywart, but the last thing she wanted was anyone getting hurt.
We will be.
She hung up the phone to a sick sensation in her stomach. Giving Nate that information would help find the people looking to harm Jordan, but also placed him in danger's path. She wasn't sure she liked that. She didn't want Nate hurt. She loved him. But she knew he was a protector, and he'd do whatever was necessary to keep his family safe. Cass coughed and threw herself on a sofa. She rubbed her hand on her throat. Though Jordan hadn't left any marks, it appeared she'd scared Cass senseless. She dug through her handbag, ignoring the little voice screaming for her not to give her shit. Carla shook her head at the way Cass glared at Jordan. Cass, you should go back to your hotel. Don't try to leave. The enforcers will want to talk to you, and if you leave, they will hunt you down, and it won't be pretty. Cass shoved to her feet. If looks could kill, Carla would definitely not be around with all of Cass's evil glares. You and Kel never loved me. We will never have the relationship you want. Life is not all about you. It's not about getting whatever you want without care for others' feelings or repercussions. And that's not love. You don't love family with the actions you've taken. You certainly don't love me. Love to you means what you can get from the next person. My life is here, with people that love me for me, not for what they can get out of me. Saying the words had a deep cleansing effect in an area of her soul that had suffered years of pain and abuse. Cass left without another look back. The door slammed behind the woman she once thought family. Carla's heart had already been broken when it came to her sister and mother. But it felt like spikes were being hammered into her chest when she realized the lengths Cass would go to for money. I'm sorry. Jordan hugged her close. But you're right about something. She turned to her friend, the one out of all of them that could probably understand why Carla was the way she was. What? We do love you. And we'll love your babies as much, if not more, than you can imagine. There's no need to be scared to have sisters anymore. She smiled. You have me and Ellie and Emma and Nick. We're all here for you. She was right. For the past 8 years, they'd been more family to her than Cass and Laura. Time and again, they had stood firmly by her side, helping her cope through bad dates, awful days at the job, illness, and now pregnancy. Thank you. Carla threw her arms around Jordan to give her a tight hug for being such a wonderful friend. One of her real sisters, their bond stronger than any other out there. Bubbles of happiness expanded in her chest. She pulled away with that knowledge. Jordan, Ellie, Nick, and Emma were the sisters she'd always wanted. The sisters who had never deserted her and would always have her back. I didn't stop to think that I already had a great family with you guys, that I didn't need to be closed in. Jordan smiled, the golden ring slowly seeping from her eyes. It's okay. I had Eric in my life for what felt forever, but I couldn't understand why he and his family wanted me around. But there comes a moment where you have to dive in and take a chance on those who have proven they care. She nodded. I know. And Nate? Nate. Her man. The shifter whose touch felt like a new brand. The man whose smile or deep words had her heart beating double time. The future father of her children, whose look turned her legs to jelly. I'm going to embrace our relationship. No more hiding. Wonderful. She turned to grab her bag. Now let's go eat. I'm starving. Carla clucked her tongue. I thought I was the pregnant one. Come on, Jordan groaned, wiping the accumulating sweat off her brow. Food. She shook her head. I don't think we should be going anywhere. There's bad guys looking for you, Jordan. We need to keep you safe. Jordan bit her lip in thought. What if I call some enforcers to escort us? Carla nodded, a little less worried to leave if they had enforcers guarding her friend. I guess that could work. It was another 10 minutes before Sherry and 3 other enforcers showed up. Okay, they're outside. We can go now. The question is, where should we go? Jordan asked. Well, we may as well go over to Barbara's house. I don't want anyone to worry about where we could be. Besides, she's always cooking. Jordan nodded as they marched toward the front door. It's what happens when you have a bunch of kids. She patted Carla's tummy. That's gonna be you soon. Oh, hell no. She wasn't a cook. Not that she didn't like to cook. It just didn't work out for her. At all. Things burned even when she sat there and watched it. Food was undercooked, overcooked, or plain inedible. There was no way she'd put her kids through that. She'd just have to hire someone to feed her kids. I can't even boil water. I've burned enough pots to know I shouldn't try. I guess it's a good thing Nate can cook. Barbara ensured all her boys could take care of their women. I really like Barbara. I know. I do too. Chapter 12. Nate's fear for the women twisted his gut. He sent a quick text to Sherry to head over to Carla's house with a few of the enforcers and guard the women. He wasn't leaving anything to chance. The idea of Cass having access to Carla and Jordan fired up his wrath. He turned to his brothers and shut off the phone. Eric had returned from the meeting down south and had planned on surprising his maid at the bridal shower they'd set up for her. They'd been sitting around Eric's bar talking about the need for Caleb to make a move as soon as possible. If he didn't do something in the next few weeks, there could be other alphas ready to move in on his land and possibly try to fight Rocco for the pack. It was the last thing Caleb needed, and the one thing they needed to prevent. We need to go. Nate focused on Eric. The ones hiring humans to go after Jordan are at the Forked Steakhouse. They hired Carla's sister to lead them both there. Eric jumped to his feet. The chair tumbled backward, slamming on the floor with a crack. Do we know who it is? No, but if we hurry, we can end this. Eric called Jordan and verified she was fine as they headed out the door. Nate grinned at Eric's booming order for Jordan to sit her ass still until it was safe for her to be out. They piled into 2 trucks. Eric and Jake in one, and Nate and Mason in another. They stopped far back down the road. It was a possibility that it was a setup. They needed to stop quietly. The restaurant was desolate from the outside, which wasn't new. The place wasn't due to open for another week after being remodeled. Though it had a sign saying "Come in," most of the locals knew it was still closed. Spread into 2 sets, Mason and Jake marched toward the front entrance while Nate and Eric closed in on the backside. A dusty old Nissan pulled up at that moment. Cass hopped out of the driver's side, and a tall man impressed sweats from the passenger side. Fury burned at his throat. He'd never been tempted to throw a woman into a jail cell, or to shred her into tiny pieces with his claws. She slammed the car door and went around the gray car, the other guy following close behind. "Hurry up, Charlie. These people are going to be pissed," Cass muttered.
"Of course they are. You had one job and you couldn't do it," Charlie argued.
A moment later, a loud shout sounded from the restaurant.
"What the fuck happened?"
a male voice yelled from inside.
"They realized she was lying," Charlie answered.
"It's not a big deal. I'll get you information on where she is later on. Why didn't you tell me she knew when I was lying?" she accused.
"She's a shifter, you idiot. Of course she can tell you're lying. It's part of all of us," the same voice said with an angry tone. "There are no more chances."
"What are you talking about?" Cass asked, voice trembling. For once, the woman sounded scared.
"Listen, I can still get them for you," Charlie promised. "I work with them."
Eric grumbled low. Nate glanced sharply to his right. His brother's features had turned feral. The anger came off in waves from him. Nate didn't blame him. He recognized the name Charlie from the night he scented a mail on Carla. He'd love to get his hands on the bastard.
"I'm done with both of you. I'll get her myself."
"What the fuck are you doing? Let go of me, you asshole!" Cass yelled.
"Ronnie, Vic, Rob, get rid of them," the same guy said. "Listen, guys, I can still help." Charlie's voice was cut off.
Cass screamed. Eric chose that moment to make their presence known. He kicked the back door in, both of them rushing inside to confront the other shifters. Mason and Jake moved in from the front.
"Lewis," Eric snarled, "what the fuck are you doing here?"
Nate glanced inside the empty restaurant. Lewis Kane, future alpha to the Central Pack. The same pack the White Wolf female Jordan killed belonged to.
"Wolf?"
Lewis turned to Eric, his blonde hair and ice-blue eyes adding to the paleness of his skin.
"I heard you were out of town. I'm here now."
Cass struggled to be let loose. The man holding her arm slapped her unconscious, the blow so loud it rang out in the open space. She dropped on the ground with a thud next to Charlie's body. Carla's co-worker had his throat torn open. He lay there, in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in shock. Lewis's features started to shift. His massive frame rivaled that of Eric or his brothers.
"Your family killed one of mine. My sister. She went after my mate."
Eric's growl was barely human now.
"Someone has to pay."
Lewis's bones popped, a sure sign of the coming change.
"I'm not leaving without retribution." "You'll have to go through me to touch her."
Those were Eric's last words before the shift. A whirlwind of bones popped. Growls and snarls and all shifted into their wolves. The pure whites rushed to the attack. Mason, Jake, and Nate handled Lewis's backup, swiping claws and biting back to keep the men from interfering between Eric and Lewis.
"I'm going to kill you, and her,"
Lewis threatened through the wolf link all their animals shared. One of the whites rushed around toward the center of the room where the two alphas were locked in battle. Nate growled, jumped, and landed on the white wolf, knocking him off his feet. The other wolf hit the ground hard. An angry snarl sounded from him.
"Let them fight,"
Nate ordered. The wolf got up on his feet again and attacked. He swiped at Nate's muzzle with his claws, but Nate was faster, bigger, meaner. He bit down on the front leg of the white. Bones gave under his at the same time he heard them break. Nate's beast took control then. The white kicked Nate on the side, attempting to push him off before he delivered a death blow. The other animal bared his canines in threat, but couldn't get on all four due to the broken front paw. Nate rocked back on his hind legs and growled, pawing at the ground and keeping the other animal from getting away.
I'm telling you, man, let them resolve their own shit. Fuck you. Lewis is going to kill your alpha, and then we're going to get rid of your whole family. There was no fucking way that guy was going to threaten his people and get away with it. Nate attacked. He launched onto the other wolf. Ignoring the teeth trying to bite him, he shoved the animal off his attempt at standing. They landed hard, with Nate pinning the white down. The white whined at the amount of weight on his broken limb. A quick look and he saw Eric had the upper hand on Lewis. Not that it surprised him. Eric was future alpha. He could take on anyone. Both animals were bloody, and Nate got a quick view of gashes and bite wounds. Lewis tried to bite down on one of Eric's hind legs, but it was no use. Eric's wolf growled loudly. Then, in a blur of movement, he bit down on the white, holding him hostage by the neck. He crunched down until the life leached away from the animal from a broken neck. The white under Nate tried to shove him off, but he knew what was coming. With a massive bite, he locked jaws on the wolf under him, and bit down hard. The wolf struggled below to get away. It was no use. Nate's canines squeezed shut until they broke through bone, muscle, and the wolf lay there, dead, practically decapitated, like Lewis and those who'd try to hurt his family. Nate sat in the tub filled with warm water and Carla's lavender-scented bubble bath. She'd tried to explain he was fine, that she didn't need to worry about him or the minor wounds he was sporting. He was used to it, and after a couple of shifts, they'd be gone. But she hadn't listened. She'd gone out of her way to set up a bath for him, claiming it would help his aching muscles. Her change in attitude had knocked him off kilter. She'd fully embraced him. Them. It was like she'd broken down the wall that had been there before, and he could see the rest of her finally. And he loved what he saw. Need more bubble bath? She poked her head in from the bathroom entrance. His heart felt lighter at the smile she gave him. It was no longer wary or filled with insecurity. It was pure joy. No, but I could do with you joining me. He winked. She shook her head, long dark curls bouncing around the curve of her breasts. Nuh-uh, you're hurt. You need to rest and relax and if you come in here with me, I'll feel better sooner. He used the washcloth she'd given him and slowly slid it down his torso, watching her eyes latch on to the movement. The scent of her arousal filled the room, and he knew he had her. I need help reaching some spots. She gulped, her gaze riveted on the bubbles covering his nipple. Help. I promise I'll behave. He almost choked saying that. Behave? Not if he could get her in there naked. She licked her lips. Need flared bright in her eyes. Okay. His cock turned rock hard watching her shrug out of her clothes. Her curves were more voluptuous with pregnancy. Her breasts larger, her hips wider, and the small flare of her belly only added to the beauty that was his mate. He'd yet to bite her, and it was time. Though Carla's house wasn't large, she'd mentioned having the bathroom redone to be bigger and fit a massive soaking tub inside. She said she liked bubble baths. He was glad she had. Now he could do more than just sit in the tub alone. He held her hand and helped her sit between his legs, her ass cushioning his cock. His arms went around her torso, instantly grabbing onto her breasts. Nate, she said breathily. He kissed the side of her neck, enjoying her move to display more of it for his access. Pure submission. Oh! She gasped when he squeezed her nipples. He knew her nipples were sensitive and loved her body's responses to his touches. Nate! Oh, God!
She thrust her breast out into his palms, the large mounds overflowing in his hands from their new size. He licked circles around the curve of her shoulder, grazing his teeth until she moaned louder. "I want you," he murmured over her baby-smooth skin, nuzzling his lips and nose over her shoulder, inhaling her scent so deep his wolf reveled in how close she was to them. The beast and the man loved the new combination of him, her and their babies. "I always want you, Nate," she moaned, lifting her hand into his hair and clutching the wet strands. Jordan was right. A gentle kiss, and she whimpered. Flicking his thumbs on her nipples got him a raw cry. "What's she right about, love?" "I am easy when it comes to you," she murmured. "No, babe, you're not easy. You're mine." He shifted in the tub, glad for the extra space he could use to his advantage. He patted a corner where she'd put a towel for him. "Sit up here for me." With a turn and a lift, he helped her sit on glossy tile. She sat on a foot-wide space, with her legs spread wide and lifted to rest on the curve of the tub. He moved in, kissing her knee and running his tongue up her thigh. Her breathing turned ragged, drawing him with each harsh gasp. "Nate!" He met her gaze. Loved how bright her eyes were with need. "I love your scent." He watched her swipe her wet pink tongue over her full lips. "I love your taste. It's the sexiest fucking thing I've ever come across." She moaned and shut her eyes, digging her nails into his scalp, knees tense at his sides. "Please, I don't know how long I can last." "This." He watched her body jerk at the flutter of his finger over her swollen pink clit. "Is the sexiest thing I've ever seen." "Oh, my." The perfume of her arousal filled the large space, wrapping around his cock and making him ache to be inside her, claiming her. "Pretty. So pink. And I can't wait to fuck you." He licked at her exposed nerve bundle, gripping her thighs open and inhaling more of her addictive fragrance. A deep shudder racked her, tensing her thighs and making her whimper. She massaged his scalp 1 minute. When he drew her clit between his lips and sucked, she dug her nails into his hair. "Oh, Nate, that's amazing." Another twirl of his tongue over her clit, and her legs started shaking. He shoved his tongue into her pussy, licking and suckling at her juices. He rubbed his face in her folds and loving that her scent was on him. A growl combined with the thrust of his tongue into her sex, and she was gasping for breath. A harder growl sent tremors through her body. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh!" She whimpered and held so stiff he swore she'd break. He moved up to her clit again, grazing his teeth over the little bundle and nibbling while sucking at the same time. And she flew. She screamed, body shaking with the force of her orgasm. She gasped and gulped air, choking as her body shuddered repeatedly. He leaned back, cock aching from wanting inside her, and waited for her to open her eyes and look at him. When she did, her gaze was cloudy with desire, and a sensual smile split her lips. "More," he grinned. "Get down here, then." She slipped down to her knees in front of him, twined her arms around his neck, and pressed her body to his. Lips met in a desperate and hungry need to feed the fires of lust. Tongues rubbed and caressed each other. Passion burned bright between them. The feel of her plush curves pushed the animal inside him to the surface. The wolf wanted her. Nate wanted her. And he intended on finally mating her. He slid his hands around her sides, down her back, and squeezed her ass cheeks. Her moan drove him to grind his cock over her mound. He broke their kiss, and swallowed hard at how difficult it became to control the wild animal pushing to mate.
"Turn around and lean your arms on the edge of the tub,"
he ordered, his voice a deep growl. She didn't question him. There was no fear in her face, only need. A new wave of her arousal flooded the area.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, caressing a hand down her spine, between her cheeks and her pussy. "Why?" she moaned, head dropping forward. Her upper body lowered, and she raised her ass high in the air.
"Because this isn't going to be soft."
He jerked his cock and placed it at her entrance.
"Or sweet."
He gripped her hips hard and pushed forward in a deep drive.
"Or painless."
Growls rumbled in his chest. The wolf wanted to join them. Each of Carla's moans drove him to lose more of the control he tried hard to hold on to. "It's okay," she mewled. "I can take it. Fuck me harder." Hell, her words had the desired effect. His cock pulsed in her pussy, and the beast urged him harder, faster, looking to bring her to the brink of release and push her to fall. "Don't stop," she whimpered when he was deep inside her hot sex. Her pussy walls fluttered wildly around his cock. "I need more." He propelled back and went deep again, and again. "God, yes, more!" she screamed. Things turned hazy then, the need to mate overruling any ability to slow down. His pace quickened. He snarled at the squeezing her pussy did on his dick. With each slide, her muscles sucked his cock tight. He bit his lip to keep from coming like an amateur. He caged her under him, dropping on all fours and still slamming his cock deep into her hot sheath. His blood burned in his veins with each stroke in her silky depths. Fuck, fuck, fuck! It wasn't going to last. Each time he drove into her and her pussy clung to his cock and sucked him deep, he lost more of his ability to keep going. He rubbed his cheek on the back of her shoulder, inhaled deep, and let the beast come to the surface. A harder slam, and she tensed under him with a scream. Her body convulsed, back plastered to his chest, and channel sucking his dick like the best oral in the world. Brain focused on the need to mate, he bit down as she rode the wave of her release, sinking his canines deep and scarring her with his mark. His mate bite. She jerked under him, another round of fluttering of her sex on his dick, and he knew she'd come again. His balls drew tight. The firm grip on his cock yanked his orgasm forward. It tore from the top of his spine to the small of his back, until he was squeezing his ass taut to drive as deep into her as possible. Electric shudders raced down his body as he came hard into her slick sex, the sensation absolute heaven. He growled into the skin he held between his teeth. It was fucking amazing. To the point he jerked above her enough times he worried he'd hurt her. But he couldn't stop the flow. His cock pulsed, filling her with his seed. The connection between them thick, unique, perfect. He didn't know how she could have ever doubted they were meant to be together. He reveled in her sigh of joy, loved that she leaned her head back and into him. He hated pulling out of her heat, but knew they couldn't stay that way. He curled an arm around her waist and slowly shifted their positions until he was sitting on the tub with her on top of him. He stroked her belly, enjoying how quickly he could see evidence of their coming offspring. She turned sideways to glance up at him. "I'm sorry." He frowned, scenting a slight amount of sadness from her.
"Why?"
"For not trusting you before." She leaned her head on his chest, wet hair rubbing between them.
"What changed your mind?"
"Cass." She met his gaze, took the hand he had on her belly, and brought it to her lips, kissing his fingers. When she said the things she said, I realized I already did trust you. I didn't want to admit it, but I did. I've always known you're not like most men. And that's one of the reasons I love you. His chest expanded with emotion. She loved him. He could see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice. And more than that, sense the sweetness pouring from her. I'm sorry you've been hurt by the things you've seen in the past, love. But I'll promise you this. I will never lie to you. I'll never put anyone above you. And I'll always be here when you need me. I'm sorry things turned out the way they did with Cass. His chest ached when her smile dimmed. It's okay. She worked with those people that hurt our family. She needed to be held accountable for what she did. Your dad was much kinder than I thought he'd be with her. His father had sent Cass away with the warning that if she ever returned, she'd be imprisoned for what she did. Wolfpack enforcers had taken her home and informed the Golden Creek Wolves she should be monitored. I swear things will only get better from here, sweetheart. Her smile nearly did him in, with the big tears filling her eyes. I know. I'm here for you, too. Always. I promise. She lifted her head, bringing her lips to his to sweeten the deal. Not that anything could make him back out on the woman he loved, or the life he'd wanted to share with her. Nothing. Epilogue. 2 weeks later. What the heck? Carla opened the door to find a trail of rose petals leading from the entrance to the living room. She stared wide-eyed at the multitude of candles covering every surface. Someone cleared their throat, and she did a double-take to the sofa straight in front of her. Nate? He grinned. He wore a pair of pajama bottoms and nothing else. She almost swallowed her tongue watching his muscles shift when he stood to come near her. What's going on? She tamped down the urge to jump him and waited for an answer. Her hormones were a bitch all of a sudden, and she'd turned nympho status. Not that he seemed to mind. I'm being romantic again. I got something for you. He winked. Well, a couple of somethings, actually. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. It was a flyer to customers. At the top, there was a renaming of Nate's bar from Thirsty Wolf to Sassy Wolf. Underneath, it offered a house special called Carla's Chocolate Seduction. She lifted her gaze up to meet his. Why did you do that? It's not my bar anymore. It's ours. He curled his arms around her waist, holding her close to him. What made you decide on Sassy Wolf? She licked her lips, her heart pounding hard in her chest. It's one of the words I think of when I think of you. Sassy, sexy, and beautiful. You're all of the above. Besides, he cupped her cheek. The Thirsty Wolf was more me. I wanted it to be more about us now. And your sassiness makes me happy. So, Sassy Wolf it is. But why did you add my drink? It wasn't necessary. His eyes shone with love. I want everyone to know my mate's concoction is our house special. Her throat closed up on her. Why? Simple. I love you. I want you to be part of everything I do. Thank you doesn't sound big enough for all these lovely things, she murmured and leaned in to kiss his lips. I love you. He met her halfway, brushing his lips over hers, and just as she was about to deepen the contact, he pulled back. Hold that thought. I got my other something coming. Oh, hell. What is it? He turned around, and she really did almost jump him. A large tattoo of a set of wolves and cubs covered his back. There were no names, but she knew what it meant. "Oh, Nate," she gasped. "It's beautiful." He turned back to face her. "I know." He pulled her into his arms, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I really think you should get that tattoo with my name on it." And there he went again. "No." "You know you want to." She fought the grin threatening to split her lips, but couldn't stop the chuckle at his little kid expression. "Nope, no tattoos. I'll leave that to sexy hard bodies like yours." She loved the fact Nate's inks were beautiful art pieces she got to see up close and touch whenever she wanted. Her previous favorite had been a tribal piece of a wolf. She found the intricate design of black lines and loops that turned into a howling beast fascinating. But now, her favorite hands down was the one on his back of their family. "Fine. Then I have something you can do." She leaned back and met his gaze. "Wasn't this about you being romantic?" "Yeah. We're going to go to the bedroom, and you're going to rub—" "If you say your feet, you're going to find out why that sofa is comfortable to sleep on," she grumbled. "I was going to say you're going to rub that sexy body of yours all over me, and then I'm going to eat your pussy to the point you're going to think you died and went to heaven." She sighed and got on her tiptoes to kiss him. "If I must." "You must. Your mate says so." He cupped her face and kissed her. "And then—" She groaned. "Jesus, there's more? I just got home from work. I've been listening to 8-year-olds ask me everything under the sun all day, and have managed not to lose my mind. What else do you want from me?" "You're going to say you're going to marry me." She jerked her face up to meet his gaze so fast she almost got whiplash. With a hard swallow, she finally spoke. "What?" "Say you'll marry me. I love you, and I want you as my mate, my wife, and the mother of my children. I'm going for 3 out of 3. She stood there in shock. He got down on one knee. Her breath froze in her lungs as she watched him pull a box from the pocket, a pocket she had no idea his pajama pants had, and opened it to reveal the most beautiful ring she'd ever seen. An antique band with scrolls of leaves and a large diamond solitaire in the center. "Will you marry me, love?" Hurtling herself at him was probably not the brightest move, but she couldn't have predicted that would be her response. "Yes, I'll marry you." He laughed as they both landed with him under her, and the ring somehow finding a way onto her finger. "Now how about we go to the bed and do that other part we discussed?" Continuous happiness filled her heart ever since she'd decided to open it to his love. And even though she was only a few months pregnant, her body's changes seemed to bring out the tender side of her man. Not that he hadn't been a sweetheart before, but lately his constant pampering brought endless smiles to her face. Sometimes his attempts were downright comical, like the time he tried to bake. He might be a great cook, but cookies hated him. Hockey pucks had nothing on him, and yet knowing he'd tried to do something because she'd been craving homemade chocolate chip cookies meant more than him going to the store to buy them. Their children, all 3 of them, as confirmed by her doctor, were lucky to have him as their father. She was lucky to have the very caring shifter for a mate. In seconds, they were on their way to the bedroom, feet stomping on the wooden floor. "I think I like this romantic side of you. How often can I expect it?" "Every chance I need an excuse to drag you back to bed," he said with a cocky smile. "Yeah," she giggled. "I really like this idea." This concludes A Mate's Bite by Millie Taiden. Narrated by Erica Rapson. Copyright 2014 by Millie Taiden. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Millie Taiden and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.